1:32 p.m. Okay, I had to stop to type this because things are getting weirder. A little backstory, I'm traveling alone at the moment. I've been through other cities in Europe with a few friends, and plan to meet more as I go. But in Paris, I decided that, since I don't have a girlfriend to enjoy romantic places with, I should just go on my own and appreciate the art and history. So here I am, at the most amazing museum in the world. Thank you so much, French people, for stealing everything everywhere you went. Your collection is beautiful. I'm really into antiques and Egyptology, so instead of going first to the famous Italian tiny and unimpressive portrait, I decided to start by the lower ground floor and enjoy some ancient pottery. Anyway, I don't know how I can type this so calmly. The weirdest thing is happening. I'm looping between 3 rooms. If you've never been to the Louvre, I have to explain that the place is huge, and you have to know beforehand what you're more interested in. It would take decades to go through everything. The museum has 4 large floors, each divided in a few collections, like sculptures, paintings, antiques, etc. Every collection has a few departments, Italian paintings, French paintings, etc., and every department has a number of rooms. Like most Egyptology enthusiasts, I was thrilled to see the mummy and the multiple sarcophagi. I went through Mesopotamia relatively quickly so I could enjoy the dessert of ancient tombs. But now that I realize I'm not moving forward, everything feels just so wrong. It's been happening for almost 2 hours. At first, I nearly didn't notice it, charmed by the antiques. But now, I've been feeling anxious and terrified for a while. God, I'm too anxious to type. I'll try leaving the loop again. 1:48 p.m. I'm freaking out. The 3 same rooms keep looping. 2 of them are filled with sarcophagi, and the other items related to rituals of death. One of them is the one with the famous mummy. Whenever I go through the 3rd room's threshold, I'm immediately on the first of these 3 rooms again. Around 5 minutes ago, I saw one of those security guards that roam around or sit on tall stools, watching people. I was so relieved. It was a black-haired woman. I approached her from behind, cleaned my throat, and said, "Pardon." She didn't acknowledge my presence. "Excusez-moi," I said, emphatically and louder. Nothing. I lightly touched her shoulder. "Madame?" When she turned, I felt a cold shockwave through my entire being. It was like invisible thunderbolts were coming from her eyes. Her face was completely blank. As my heart raced, and I tried to collect myself enough to ask in decent French how I could find the next section, she turned her back to me again, and kept walking mechanically. 2:04 p.m. It's not just the rooms. It's the people, too. I thought that maybe the problem was just the staff. Something otherworldly and unexplainable suddenly hit the museum and all its employers. So I tried talking to other visitors. From the bottom of my heart, I wish that I didn't do that. I approached a young couple speaking Spanish, a language I'm more acquainted with than French. "Excuse me, but how do I get to—" As soon as I was close to them, they started walking and crossed the threshold of the 3rd room. Then they just vanished. They literally disappeared into thin air, and it wasn't like they faded like ghosts in movies. It was instantaneous, like they entered an invisible portal. 1 second they were there, and the next they weren't. I desperately tried contacting my friends or family or anyone outside of this madness, but my reception is terribly bad here in the underground and, well, I'm unable to leave. So my stupid phone is only able to take pictures and notes. Someone here has to know something, or at least have noticed something. It's Monday afternoon, so the place is quite empty, especially because it's summer and the weather is mild today. Not a good day to be indoors. I'll keep asking. I have to. What else could I do? 2:17 p.m. I wish I quietly accepted my fate. God, I want so bad to leave. I dreamed of this trip for such a long time. I can't believe it's ending like this, and people will never know what happened to me. I'm sitting by a bench, trembling. I don't even know how to explain. I tried talking to someone. It was a visitor, a smart-looking woman in her 40s. As I touched her shoulder, my hand went through her a few inches. I had time to think, fuck, this woman is a ghost. It was like she was incorporeal. But then, my hands finally touched something cold and hard. It was her bone. It was her fucking bone. She looked at me both maliciously and confused, like she wasn't instructed on how to deal with such a thing. I ran until the end of the loop. Is everyone dead? Is everyone fucking dead? Am I the last living soul here? Am I dead too? 2:39. I made another mistake. I decided to hide from other people near the mummy. Have you ever seen a mummy? For some reason, it always feels like they're very much alive and will abruptly get up. Think of the vague anxiety and dread you feel when you enter a biology lab filled with former living beings preserved in formaldehyde, but 100-fold. The mummy moved. The mummy fucking moved. I'm crouching on the floor, hyperventilating, and crying honest tears of horror as I see all its fingers moving, one at a time, like one playing the piano, or lightly stretching all their fingers after a long nap in the wrong position, making sure they still move properly. 2:46. The mummy is still moving. People pass through it like it's nothing. Have I gone mad? Am I disassociating? The air vent is rattling. The air vent is rattling. Something's coming from under. Deep, 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 deep under. The mummy moved its neck to keep up with it. There's no escape. I work at the Louvre, and I found a cell phone with these notes. It stops abruptly. The phone is unlocked, and this draft is the first thing that pops up when you touch the screen. Now, missing phones in museums are extremely common, and it could be a very smart, well-elaborated prank. But the story intrigued me enough to check out the security feed. They didn't show anything wrong. But it's probably because the whole Egyptology section's cameras malfunctioned for 3 hours today. And the worst part is that it's not the first time that it happened. I've been here long enough to know why we close on Tuesdays. They start to get agitated the day before the feeding. Don't come on Mondays, please. My work requires that I often go on business trips. I like the job. I like meeting new people. I like visiting new cities. But for this story, that's neither here nor there. I'd just arrived in Chicago and settled down in a place that you could probably call high class. I'd personally never shell out the exorbitant funds required for these sort of things, but if the company's paying, then I won't complain. One night, I'd come back, drunk as hell after a night out with clients. At some point during the AM hours, I went into the bathroom and slipped on some water, falling into the wall space between the toilet and the shower. I stuck out my arm, but it actually went straight through. I wasn't sure why such a fancy place used such fragile materials for their rooms, but this oddity really didn't seem right. The fall wasn't that hard. I couldn't understand how it broke so easily. I stepped back, staring at the gaping, newly formed hole. Now, I wasn't exactly sure how hotels were designed in relation to how much space there is between the rooms, but I was under the assumption that they were built side by side. If that was the case, then there must have now been a hole in my neighbor's closet or something, which was rather concerning. It was late as hell, so I decided to wait until the morning to tell them about it, so they didn't freak out and think I was some weird asshole making holes in the walls. The morning comes, and I knock on their door. They open up and are mostly understanding about what had happened. They take a look around each of their rooms, but there's no hole anywhere. Alright, I thought to myself, don't have to worry about anything there. But I still had to tell the front desk or something. I wasn't really prepared to pay for the damages, though. Stop being so fucking cheap with your building, you know? However, I decided to put it off until after all my work was done. I come back the following night and take a look at the hole again. It really was big. Out of curiosity, I took my phone flashlight and shined it through. If this didn't lead to a room, then what was it? Just random space in between? The first thing that I saw was an old-looking notebook lying around. Interesting. I reached in and picked it up, wiping a thin layer of dust off of it. It wasn't really distinctive looking, just a plain red notebook you could probably buy anywhere. But it was the contents inside that were disconcerting. It was just pages and pages of messily scribbled nonsense. At least, that's what I thought it was at first. There was definitely a pattern in the haphazard symbols on the pages. Another language, maybe? I didn't know. Occasionally, there would also be diagrams. These were easier to understand, but still rather cryptic. They looked like detailed outlines of a building. After a few seconds of looking it through, I came to the definitive conclusion that it was the hotel. What caught my eye was the 15th floor, which was labeled more clearly than the others. There was what looked like a staircase descending down from one of the rooms, cutting through the floor below. It didn't really show or describe where it was supposed to lead. The only word at the end of the staircase was Zone CK-X9. Now, I'm not sure how many nope situations you've been in, but this probably fit the bill. Despite that, I kept looking through the hole, just in case there was anything else, and there certainly was. With dead candles scattered all around it, there appeared to be a trap door. My blood kind of froze there. Was I supposed to deduce that it led to a fucking staircase on the 15th floor? Eventually, I kind of just forced myself to laugh at it. I mean, there was no way, right? I made a decision right then and there. I started tearing down the wall some more, just so that I had enough space to crawl through into the hidden room. It really wasn't bigger than a walk-in closet. Unfurnished wooden floors, walls, and ceilings, with that weird trap door in the middle. I took a moment of hesitation before opening it. I mean, if there was actually a staircase, there was no chance in hell I was going down there. I reached down and grabbed the metal handle. I searched around for a lock, but it wasn't there. I finally lifted it up, not really knowing what to expect. There was only blackness at first, and then I shined my light down. Stairs. Inexplicably, there were stairs. It shocked me so much that I instinctively closed it. I sat there for a moment, astounded. I started believing that it was just some weird illusion. With that in mind, I opened it up again and carefully stuck my hand down. Not a solid surface. There really were stairs. I spent the next few hours trying to figure out what could have been underneath my room. I asked around, did the research, and even went down a floor to see for myself, but everything yielded the same conclusion. It was just supposed to be another room. I knocked on the door of the person that I'd mapped out to be right below me, but nobody answered. I even did some research online. No similar experiences to mine. In this situation, I did the one thing that I thought was appropriate. I went to my coworker Jacob's room and told him about it. At first, he was a bit bothered that I was knocking on his door at 1 a.m., but I knew he'd be interested in this. He was one of those brash, paranormal aficionado guys. A bit annoying at times, but I'd say that we were friendly enough. After I'd explained the situation to him, he let out a skeptical and somewhat obnoxious laugh. He still elected to come check it out. During the walk up, I was slightly concerned that it was going to be one of those situations where it disappears or some shit. But when we got up to my bathroom, it was still there, still weird as ever. When I opened it up and revealed the stairs, I could see a look of sheer shock dawn across his face. I doubt he'd ever actually experienced anything paranormal before, despite the stories he always tells. This was uncharted territory for both of us. We mused for a few more hours, deliberating on whether or not to go down. Well, it was actually just Jacob trying to convince me to go down with him. "Come on," I remember him telling me. "What a fucking story." For whatever reason, he was adamant about going through with this insane bullshit. Eventually, I agreed to go down like 10 steps and then right back up, just to see what was going on. We opened our flashlights and he went first. As soon as my body descended into whatever the hell this place was, I could feel the atmosphere shift around me. Hard to explain, but it wasn't like when your ears pop at high altitudes. It was something else. I went down the 10 steps that I'd promised before stopping and analyzing my surroundings. It wasn't like I could see much, though. It was just dark. Incomprehensibly dark. I watched as Jacob went further and further down. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" I say to him. "None of this makes any sense." He goes down probably around 8 steps further than me before turning. "Dude, this is crazy. You coming?" "Fuck that," I told him. "What kind of place is this?" As I say this, his expression drops. "What?" I asked him. "Do you hear that?" he responds. I strained my ears, trying to figure out what he was referring to. It was faint, but there. Water? I couldn't really tell if it sounded more like somebody was sloshing around ankle deep, or if they were flat out swimming. But it was extremely far down, causing me to wonder how deep this place was. And then Jacob did the stupidest fucking thing anybody could have done in that scenario. He yells out, "Who's there?" And in the near utter silence of this apparently massive room, it echoes like hell. It was quiet after that. Quiet. No more movement. Whatever was down there had reacted. What happened next nearly gave me a heart attack. Heavy, wet footsteps began sprinting up the stairs. They were still faint at first, but they gained at an inhuman pace. Jacob and I followed suit, scrambling the hell back up. We stumbled back into the room, closing the door behind us. As soon as we did this, the footsteps ceased again. But we didn't have peace of mind yet. There was no lock, and the door isn't so heavy. Jacob quickly lugged the coffee table through the washroom, back to the hidden room, and then placed it upside down over the trap door. After that, we just stood there, breathless. We glanced at each other, both of our minds probably on the same page. There were still 3 days on this trip. I didn't really get much sleep that night, even with the drawer barricading the bathroom door. I kind of wish that I'd grabbed the book back there, though. Maybe I could have analyzed it further, uncovering any possible answers. But for obvious reasons, I don't think going back down there is the best idea right now. Hey guys, it's Sylvia Moon. I have the craziest effing story to share with you, to put it mildly. Pour yourself some tea or tequila and listen to this shit. First off, I love to go to thrift stores. I'm always looking for something unique, something that stands out. As a young woman on social media, it often feels like every influencer account is the same. Every girl wants the same makeup, the same clothing brands, the same damn tea talks. You know, the tea detox systems so highly promoted right now. I strive to be different. I strive to not look like every other girl on Instagram that's shitting her brains out from expensive laxative teas and showing off her unicorn blender bottles, wearing high-priced friendship bracelets on the beach. Whew, that's so specific, but you get it. I know you do. We all fucking get it. So I decided to go thrift shopping to find something cool to feature. I even filmed it via Instagram Live so I could have more solid content. I had several hundred viewers at one point. Pretty rad. Someone on Live mentioned finding some cool antique jewelry, so I went to scan a booth filled with odd, sparkling pieces. One of the pendants I noticed initially was very ornate with a glittery green stone in the center. It almost looked like the sparkles in the stone were moving on their own, like they were breathing. It was surrounded by 3 golden fish with red, glittering stones where their eyes would be. I loved it. I immediately asked a worker to open the case so I could look at it closer. Oh, that one? That one is pretty expensive. I glanced at the tag, and there was no price written. Well, what exactly is the price then? She looked at me, up and down. Then she looked at my phone disapprovingly. I noticed I was still live, so I quickly shut it off. I felt that I looked immature. I was ashamed. I could envision her complaining to her boomer friends about the dumb millennial that came in today. She quietly, yet sternly, notified me that neither filming nor photography were allowed in the store. I apologized. So, is the pendant for sale? I'm sure you'd like me to get out of here. She opened the case and handed it to me, gently, as though it were alive. I felt excitement rush through my body. Shop therapy, perhaps. The perfect find. I had never seen anything so mesmerizing in my life. I unhooked the clasp, and got to try it on. Then I noticed that the chain seemed a little worn. She told me it was $65, cash only. I looked at it closely to see if I could spot any gold or silver markings. There it was, .925 sterling. I figured it was worth it, nodded, and handed her the money. I always carry an assortment of cash when I go thrifting. No one ever has change. She told me that there are no returns and no receipts. I thought it odd, but thanked her and took my prize while I studied it in the light. As I walked to my car, I put the necklace on and started to open the door when I noticed someone staring at me from across the street. I looked around and noticed everyone in the whole vicinity was staring at me, mouths agape. I looked behind me, nothing startling that they could have been looking at. What the fuck? Their mouths made me uneasy, open so wide they made large circles, as if they were cartoons. One man ran in my direction as quickly as humanly possible and stopped right in front of me. I was frozen for a split second. I held my door open as I jumped in and locked it. He stood there, staring. He started scratching his face, his eyes. He screamed, "She lives," as they bled and watered. As he jammed his fingers into one of the sockets, I gasped and focused on starting my car and getting the hell out of there. When I looked back up, he was gone. Everyone was acting normal, walking, talking, sitting on a bench flipping through their phone. I drove home, wondering what I saw, wondering what happened. I was positive that I must have been hallucinating. When I got home, my skin crawled. I could hardly wait to run inside my home and take a long shower. As I started to open my door and get out of my car, I noticed that the necklace had fallen off. I was so upset. In all of the commotion, I hadn't noticed. I looked all over the car floor, then realized it was on my seat. It must have fallen into my lap when I started the car. I carried it inside with a strong urge to scrub every tingly prick of fear off my body and get a much-needed nap. I felt kind of weird. I still do. I'm starting to become confused about what I'm seeing and who I am. So, do you believe me? I wasn't drinking, wasn't on drugs, and I honestly couldn't make this shit up. I don't know how this happened. All I know is that it did happen, and that I'll never check my luggage again. Scratch that. I'll never get on an airplane again, for as long as I live. I have no idea how I'm supposed to get back to school after break is over, but I know for a fact that I will not be traveling through the air. My parents paid a little extra for a non-stop flight from San Diego to Maine, which was awesome. I've always hated flying, even before this happened, and layovers were torture for me. The only good thing about them was that sometimes I could run out for a smoke and get my nicotine fix. But they made that a pain in the ass too, where you had to walk all through the damn airport to get outside and then go back through security. Anyway, this was going to be a long flight, but I brought my Jewel to sneak into the bathroom, so I figured it was going to be okay. I lucked out with a window seat, and as I sat down I thought, hey, this isn't so bad. Just take a nap and I'll be home having a smoke in no time. My relief was short-lived though, as I quickly discovered that the middle-aged woman next to me was a talker. Now, I'm not a misanthrope or anything. I like people. I just generally don't have anything to say to them. I just like to be alone with my thoughts. That's all. So it kind of boggles my mind that some people feel the need to make small talk, when for me, that's pretty much hell. "Going to Maine?" she asked. That's where the plane is scheduled to land, right, lady?" "That's right," I said, pulling out my phone and pretending to do something important on it. "I just love Maine," she said. "I'm so happy that's where my grandkids are, you know. It's a great place to raise kids." And on, blah, blah, blah. I don't even know. My mind sort of shut down and I gave one-word responses, not wanting to be rude, but trying to give the hint to leave me alone all the same. Now I sort of wish I remember what she said. Life's weird like that. Sometimes you don't know what's important until the moment has gone by. I do know her name, though. I'll never forget her name. Patricia Gladwell. Anyway, she got distracted when the flight attendants came around with snacks and drinks, and I took the opportunity to close my eyes faster than a ghost slamming a door shut. I pretended to sleep, and then I eventually did drift off. I woke up as the plane shook. I took a deep breath, bracing myself for more small talk, and opened my eyes. The seat next to me was empty. I figured that Patricia must have gone to the bathroom and decided to enjoy a few minutes of peace. But Patricia never came back. After about an hour, I leaned over to the man in the aisle seat. "Hey, that lady that was sitting here's been gone for a while, huh?" He shrugged. "Must have gone to an empty seat." Maybe, I thought. Maybe she was disappointed that I went to sleep and she couldn't talk to me. She went off to find new blood. But then, that didn't make sense. It was a full plane, overbooked in fact. They did the thing where they asked for volunteers to take a voucher and get a different flight, so I didn't see how she could have found an empty seat. I'm an introvert, but I'm not an asshole. I rang for a flight attendant. She came on down the aisle. "Sir?" "There was a lady sitting next to me," I said. "She's been gone for a while. Maybe somebody should check the bathroom or something? You know, make sure she's okay." The attendant frowned. "I don't remember anybody sitting in that seat, and the bathrooms are currently unoccupied." I looked behind me, and then up towards the front. Both bathroom lights were green. "Somebody was here, right, dude?" I asked the guy in the aisle seat. He shrugged again. "Honestly, I don't remember. You can't expect me to keep track of everyone on this plane." He pointed to the screen of his laptop. "I'm working, you see." I couldn't believe it. "You don't remember if someone was sitting here? You must have had to get up when she got up, right?" "Look, buddy, this is really important, what I'm doing here. You mind giving it a rest so I can get something done?" "Sir," said the attendant, looking at me, "have you been drinking today?" "No," I shouted. "There was a fucking woman sitting next to me and now she's gone. What the fuck is wrong with you people?" People started looking at me. "Sir, I'm going to need you to calm down," said the attendant. She didn't look like she was playing around. I took a deep breath and tried to do as she suggested. "Sorry," I muttered. "Must have just been a weird dream." Had it been a weird dream? Had I gotten on the plane and gone straight to sleep? No. She had been there, in the flesh, sitting next to me. I sat there for a while, just marveling at how crazy this was. Then I'd had enough. "Hey dude, sorry, but I gotta use the restroom," I said. The man in the aisle seat gave a nasty scowl, but stood up to let me out. I walked all the way to the front bathroom, even though I was at the back of the plane. I walked slowly, looking at every passenger. Patricia was nowhere to be seen. The bathroom light was still green. I knocked anyway. No response. I slowly opened the door, half expecting to see Patricia slumped on the toilet, dead. But it was empty. I locked the door and took a few drags of my Juul. This is fucking nuts. Where the fuck is she? I spent the rest of the flight a nervous wreck. Maybe I was losing my mind. I debated whether to tell somebody about this when I got off the plane. My parents, at least, and then maybe the police. And if it turned out that I was crazy, what then? What would my life be like if I started seeing people who weren't there? I thought about how the flight attendant had reacted when I told her about the missing lady. Is that how the police would react too? Would I get in trouble if they thought I was making it up? In the end, I decided not to tell anybody. Later, I had no choice. My parents met me in the airport, and I hugged them tight. We waited for my suitcase to come through the conveyor belt, grabbed a snack, then headed home. I just wanted to go to sleep in my old childhood bed, where everything was nice and safe and normal. When we got home, I went up to my room and tossed my suitcase on the bed. I unzipped it to get out my toothbrush and opened it up. At first, I just stared in shock. No, this isn't happening. You've lost it, dude. I reached out and poked it with a trembling hand. It felt real. That's when I screamed. My mom rushed into my room. What is it? Do you see that? I asked, pointing at Patricia's severed head sitting on top of my bloodied clothes. Then my mom was screaming too. I've told the same story to the cops a dozen times. That's all I can do. I don't know how the hell this happened, and neither does anyone else, as far as I know. All that I do know is that I'm never getting on an airplane again. I've been wondering for a long time if I should tell this story or not. On one hand, I don't think anyone will believe me. On the other, someone might. But now, seeing as we're all locked in our homes with nothing but the internet for entertainment, I guess now is the time. Few people look back at the 7th grade fondly. I certainly don't. I developed a little faster than the other girls did. My guidance counselor told me that my body was beautiful, and that they were just jealous. When there are posts all over social media calling you a prostitute and other nicknames, that's not much comfort. My parents did all they could, and they helped me make it until the end of the school year. As soon as the last day was over, they told me to pack my bags. I was getting a fresh start. While all of this was going on, my dads had been researching summer camps. They wanted me to have a fun summer away from the kids who lived in our neighborhood, aka the ones making those posts about me. By that May, they had found one, Camp Rabbit Run. Low cost, great reviews, nice kids, and all of it right next to a beautiful lake and 23-acre forest. I got the last spot. My dads did all they could to hype me up for the trip. Dad got me a disposable camera, Poppy got me a new swimsuit, etc. But I wasn't that excited. All of the bullying at school had really hurt my self-esteem. Why were they sending me somewhere just so new kids could make fun of me? I stayed this way until the day we drove to the bus stop. From there, I would board the bus and go to the camp. As soon as I got on board, I met a nice girl named Andy, name changed for privacy, and her twin brother, Sam. Again, not his real name. We talked the whole way to camp. We all liked comic books, Cartoon Network, sour candy, Miley Cyrus. It was 2007, don't judge me, and hated math, so we all got along great. When the bus pulled into the camp, I felt bad for giving my dad so much crap. The place was beautiful. I mean paradise level beautiful. The lake was sparkling, the trees were huge and leafy, and there was nothing but green everywhere you looked. On top of that, they had a swimming pool, an archery range, a soccer field, a basketball court, and a mess hall bigger than my house. With my new friends there, I was starting to think that I would have fun that summer. Then came Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy wasn't actually her name. It was a nickname we gave her that first night at camp. After dinner, we all gathered around a campfire to tell scary stories. We kids sat on benches around the fire, while the counselors got kitchen chairs. Poison Ivy complained that she got, you guessed it, poison ivy on the back of her legs, and kept whining until our counselor, we'll call her Ruth, gave up her seat. Andy caught her smirking as Ruth sat down. We hadn't spoken, but I already knew that Poison Ivy had become my mortal enemy. Camp lasted that year from June 1st to July 7th. During those weeks, there was a war going on. My friends and I versus Poison Ivy and her equally toxic allies. We drove our poor counselors crazy with the amount of pranks we pulled on one another. For example, one night Andy and I snuck into their cabin and poured sugar into Ivy's shoes. When she put them on the next morning, they were full of bugs. She got back at us by stealing Andy's water bottle, smearing the mouthpiece with rubbing alcohol from the crafts table, and telling Ruth that Andy and I had been drinking. We were saved by another camper saying he'd seen Ivy stealing from the crafts table. Had it just stayed that way, then maybe the summer could have ended better. But one night after dinner, one kid decided to tell us what he called a real ghost story. For most of camp, the scary stories we'd been telling were the stories everyone's heard a million times. The babysitter and the call coming from inside the house, the dude with a hook on his hand, a killer hiding in the back seat, etc. Still scary, sure, but no one had lost any sleep over them. The head counselor, who Will called Jennifer, looked at him suspiciously, but passed him the flashlight. The kid, who Will called Glenn, said that his dad had been a forest ranger back before the camp first opened.
Back then, there was an old woman who lived in these woods. She had a tiny cabin, and she thought she owned the woods, so she refused to leave. What's more, she refused to let developers build the camp. The rangers, including my dad, tried everything to get her to leave. She wouldn't even open the door for them when they knocked. All she ever did was play creepy old-timey music on a huge old piano. Well, one day the developers got a court order. The old lady had no choice but to leave the woods, or else she'd be torn down with her house. They had to bring the cops to force her out. My dad told me that. As the officers dragged her away, they started to swing the wrecking ball to destroy the cabin. In a fit of rage, she broke away from the cops, ran into her house, and slammed the door shut. It was too late to stop the wrecking ball. It destroyed the cabin with her inside. The cops searched the wreckage for weeks, but they never found her body. Out of respect for the old woman, they built the camp on the other side of the lake and left the wreckage untouched. But on quiet nights when the moon is full, the house will appear just like it did all those years ago, and you can still hear her playing the piano.
We were all silent. It wasn't the scariest story ever, but it was pretty unsettling. We didn't say goodnight like we usually did after the scary stories. We all just went to bed. Andy and I were, unfortunately, bunkmates with Poison Ivy. You should have seen your faces. Only wise and mature adults like me would know enough to not be afraid of a silly little story, she screamed as she was grabbed from behind. Her fear turned to fury/embarrassment when she realized that we were laughing. The mature and wise Ivy hadn't seen Sam sneaking up on her.
What was that about not being scared?
I high-fived Andy, who high-fived her brother. I wasn't scared, you bastard. You were the scared one. I saw your face during the story. You were scared to death of a little old lady and her piano.
I was not. You want me to prove it? I'll go find that cabin.
She rolled her eyes. Anyone can take a walk in the woods, come back and say that they found the cabin. I'm going with you, and to prove that we both went, you have to bring back something from the cabin. Sam considered it for a moment. Andy looked at them in disbelief. Were they really this stupid?
Deal.
Are you nuts? Andy went and slapped her brother's shoulder. I'm not letting you go into the woods alone at night. Neither am I added.
That's why you two are coming too. We need witnesses as well as evidence, or people will think we're making it up.
My stomach churned as my mind raced. What was worse, facing a ghost cabin that might exist, or be called a chicken for the rest of the summer and be teased by kids who definitely existed? I decided that the latter was worse. Andy, both out of loyalty and duty as our mom friend, came along. As much as I love walking in the woods, it's incredibly restful in the daytime. That hike remains in my mind as one of the worst things I've ever done. Every shadow was a bear. Every gust of wind was a vampire bat. We didn't talk. We didn't want anyone to know that we were there. With every step, the dare was seeming like a worse and worse idea. When we finally got to the other side of the lake, we were met with a pile of rotted debris. Ivy walked over and kicked at it. So, Glenn's story wasn't true. I might have imagined it, but I thought I heard relief in her voice. Well, I said, observing the damage, he told the truth about there being a house here. See? That pile of old tiles was probably from the roof, and those bricks in a square-like pile were probably a fireplace. Congratulations, you know what houses are made of. Let's go. No one's going to want to hear about a pile of crap. We had all started to go when we heard music. I recognized it. Mozart's Piano Sonata No. 11. We all whirled around almost in sync. Right where the pile of rubble had been was a little wooden house. Smoke was coming from the chimney, lights were in the windows, and someone was pounding away on the piano. That wasn't there a second ago. Ivy took one look at us and scoffed. You chickens, we obviously missed it in the dark. I bet the house was never torn down. They just sold it, and Glenn lied about it to scare everyone. She said it like she knew it all along. My fear was replaced with irritation and rage. If there was one thing I couldn't stand, it was a know-it-all. I followed her to the door, with Andy and Sam right behind me. The music was getting louder as we approached. By the time we were at the doorstep, it was like we were standing next to a stadium speaker. How on earth could anyone play that loud? Ivy knocked on the door, and the music just stopped. There was no lingering note, no sound of someone getting up. Just silence. We all looked at each other. We didn't know what to do, but Ivy opened the door. It wasn't locked. It hadn't even been closed all the way. The house smelled like a museum, musty, old. Mold grew in abundance all over the walls, and cobwebs hung like party decorations. A layer of dust covered everything, except for a piano. We all approached it slowly. It looked brand new. I heard a click and saw Ivy pulling a penknife out of her pocket. What the hell are you doing? We need evidence, or no one will believe us. I'm just going to take one key. She put her hand on the cover over the keys. That was when the crap hit the fan. The cover flew open. She jerked her hand back just in time to save it from being crushed. A skeletal hand shot out from the cover and snagged her bare wrist. The piano started playing crazily, like it was playing 6 songs all at once. Ivy screamed, and the hand started to pull her into the piano. We were frozen, too terrified to move. Then the front door flew open with a startling slam. A raspy, infuriated voice screamed from the piano.
"You 3 out! Never come back, or you'll end up with this little lady."
We didn't dare disobey. When a ghost tells you to get out of its house, you do it. We heard a sickening crunch sound as we ran from the house. We heard all too well as Ivy's screams got louder. They seemed to chase us back to camp. Jennifer heard us running back to camp sobbing. We told her our story. She thought we'd lost it, but she called the cops. Once we'd all calmed down, we agreed to tell the truth. We'd made a dare, and something bad happened in the woods. Camp ended early, and we all packed up the next morning and waited for the bus. We watched as the cops and a few counselors split into search parties. They never found her. Ivy remains a missing person to this day. I know what happened, and I've never been the same. Somehow the story got leaked to the news. The official/unofficial story is that we had gone into the woods at night and gotten attacked by a child killer, with only Sam, Andy, and I escaping. The bullying in my neighborhood stopped. Anyone tough enough to face a murderer and walk away without a scratch probably didn't want to be messed with. My dad's tried to be supportive, but there isn't exactly a guidebook for this sort of thing. I started going to therapy twice a week. I'm okay now, mostly. Years passed. I grew up, I went to college, I met a nice man, I got married, and we adopted a son. When we bought our first house, we ended up buying one in a development that was built right across from where the camp used to be. It's now a nature preserve. It has a real name, but I still call it Rabbit Run. I can't help but wonder sometimes if the events of that night are all in my head, and that I'm just covering up something else. I want to trust myself, but it's hard. I don't know what to believe, but every now and then, on quiet nights, I hear a faint sound coming from Rabbit Run. It sounds like a piano. I feel as though my life has been ripped out of my chest. 2 days ago, the sound of my husband's soft breathing lulled me to sleep. Tonight, he's dead. I don't remember what I did all day yesterday. I can hardly think at all. All I know is I want someone to hold me and listen to me cry. But the only one I had was him, and he's gone. There's no one left to listen, no one left to understand. It's like I've fallen suddenly into a universe of my own where the pain is too deep, even for tears. I'm suffocating, yet I still breathe because I can still smell him on our bed. Please, let me dream of him. Even a false vision of him in sleep would be better than this void in my chest. Sleep. Please just sleep. I twist and allow my hand to fall over the edge of the bed. For a moment, I remember the foolish fear we all feel when our limbs are exposed to the terrifying darkness beyond the edge of our mattress. A twinge of that fear comes to me now. a feeling other than pain. I adjust my arm to hang lower, allowing my fingertips to dangle just on the edge of the darkness below. The fear is cold, tingling. It's something to fill the void. An hour passes, 2, 3. My mind finally begins to brush the edges of slumber when I feel something touch my fingers. My eyes open, yet I do not move. The fear is ice. I'm certain the sensation was merely my mind slipping into the dreams I so longed for, so I do not move or recoil. Then the gaunt fingers of a hand intertwine with mine. With a startled cry, I jump up on the mattress and flick on the lamp. The room is quiet and still, save for my panting breath. I'm clutching the hand I had left exposed to my chest. It takes me a few moments to build the resolve to look under the bed. And when I do, there's nothing but dust on the bare wooden floor. Is this what grief does to your mind, I wonder? When I return to bed, I leave the lamp on. The next day, I am hollow once more. My boss is calling, wondering why I'm not at work. I know if I explain to him, say the words, "My husband is dead," I'll be granted the time I need. Yet I cannot bring myself to answer the phone. I haven't told anyone. I think this may be because a part of me still doesn't believe this is real. I'm still floating in a fog, as though my pushing reality away will somehow keep him safe, even though it is too late. I wonder if this was how he felt when he learned that his mother died last month, and his father just a week after. Was he floating too? Typically, the death of one's elderly parents can be taken in stride. Most people have warning signs, declining energy, fragile health, to let them prepare themselves for the inevitable. But my husband's mother, then father, died without any such warning, and we were never allowed to see the bodies. Despite the fact that they separated years ago and live in different states, their manner of death was nearly identical. His mother was in her home when she died. The authorities said they believed a mountain lion must have become trapped in her home somehow and killed her when she startled the wild animal upon coming home. 2 weeks later, his father didn't come home from a camping trip. This time, a wild bear was blamed. 1 week ago, my husband went to stay at his father's house to settle some affairs. I was asked to identify his body, but there wasn't enough of his face left for me to see, so I was shown the tattoo on his shoulder instead. Without realizing it, I'm now caressing my own ink on my inner wrist, a dragonfly, exactly like the one my husband had. That night, I wonder if I should sleep on the couch. Perhaps laying in the bed we shared for years is what caused me to freak out last night, and all I need is a change of scene. As I lay on the cold leather couch, the ticking of the living room clock chants its maddening mantra. Tick, 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 tick. I count them for a while, the maddening ticks. Then my mind wanders to dark places where I should not have allowed it to go. The sheet the coroner used to conceal my husband's body spared me only some of the horror of what lay on that metal table. I wonder if my husband screamed when his ankles were twisted until his joints splintered. I wonder if his eyelids were sliced off before or after his fingers were each split and the flesh was peeled away from the bone. I wonder what the last thing was that crossed his mind before he finally drowned hours later in his own blood when he was left alone on the floor. He had told me after his father died that he sometimes would hear his voice whispering at night. Did he hear his father's voice one last time in those final moments? Did he think of me? I haven't noticed my arm is now dangling from the edge of the narrow couch. I'm too lost in my own dark thoughts, until the fingers wrap gently around my hand again. For a moment I gasp in fear, but then an anger fills me, and I grab the hand with all my strength and attempt to pull it up, to see what is tormenting me. But the hand is far stronger than I expect, and slips from my grasp back into the darkness. Strange. It felt so thin and frail. I lean over the couch, but the space beneath it is nowhere near the size that would allow anyone or anything to hide beneath. Am I going mad? I lay down once more, but the feeling of the hand's skin against mine won't leave my thoughts. Tick, 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 tick. My husband used to hold my hand as we fell asleep. I remember the softness of his lips when he kissed my wrist. I remember the smell of his hair when he rested his head on my chest. I remember his warmth. The dead leather of the couch is still cold against my skin. Without realizing why I was doing it, I allowed my hand to dangle over the edge once more. An experiment, perhaps. My eyes close and I listen to the clock. Tick, 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 tick. After a few minutes, the fingers intertwine with mine again. They are still gaunt like bone, but for some reason, they feel almost warm this time. With a sigh, I allow the hand to hold mine. I'm already alone, what more can I lose? If this is madness, I don't have the energy to fight it anymore. The bony thumb strokes my wrist as I fall asleep. Tick, 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 tick. Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. Everything is dark. The ticking of the clock has become my husband's whispering voice. Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. I try to call out to him, but I have no voice. I turn, searching in every direction, and still see nothing but emptiness. His voice sounds more desperate, but how could I not look? All I want is to see him next to me, one last time. I need the closure of saying goodbye. I don't want to float in this emptiness anymore. Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. I can't breathe. I need to tell him I need him. I need to tell him I love him. I need to scream. I'm woken up by my own voice screaming his name. I sit up and realize that the sun has risen. My hand is empty. However, my mind feels clearer. I go into the bathroom and evaluate my disheveled hair and the wrinkled shirt I haven't changed out of for days. With a deep breath, as though preparing for a plunge, I splash cold water on my face. Dark circles have formed under my eyes. How long have I been shut away? I'm late when I come into work. A few of my coworkers look up with concern from their desks, but I'm confident that I'm cleaned up enough to convince them that I'm fine. I am not broken. Everything is normal. and I have a normal life to return to at the end of the day. After telling my boss that I haven't been sick and apologize for not answering his calls, I'm sent back to my desk with a harsh warning. The day goes on forever. I catch myself sneaking a glance under my desk more than once, as though I expect to find the owner of the hand hiding there. I intentionally leave my own hand hanging beside my chair, dangling just out of my sight. A few times, I even wiggle my fingers expectantly. Nothing happens. The day drags. After the end of my shift, I rush home and switch off all the lights before diving into bed. Is this madness? It must be. And yet, the hand is the only thing keeping me from feeling completely alone. Closing my eyes, I dangle my hand over the dark space under the bed. Within a minute, the hand wraps its fingers into mine. I smile and hum my husband's favorite song that I used to sing to him when he wasn't feeling well. My heart is warm again. As the sun slips from the sky, I fall asleep without effort. Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. The darkness has returned, the cold, my husband's voice. If only I can find it, I will find warmth again. Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. His voice becomes frantic as I continue to reach out, searching for him. Don't do this to me, I want to say. Don't leave me without holding me one last time. The dream continues to torment me through the night, and the night after that, and the one after that. It's been weeks now, and every night I reach out for the hand beneath my bed. Every night it brings me comfort and allows me to sleep. Every night my husband's voice haunts me, begging me not to look at him. I don't understand. I can think of nothing else. My boss is threatening to fire me, but I don't even care. My husband. I can hear him, but I never find him. The hand brings his voice to me, and every night he feels closer and closer. He's right in front of me. I'm nearly there. My coworkers whisper and cast strange glances at me throughout the day. Why do I bother coming here again? I was never friends with any of these people. It's all such a waste of time. All I want is to go home and hold the hand again. All I want is to hear my husband's voice, pull him from the torment of his death and back into my arms. Safe, together. It wasn't fair what happened. It makes no fucking sense. No one makes sense anymore. Tonight's the night. I know I can find him this time. It's like his lips are brushing my ear in my sleep, pleading. But that doesn't matter. What matters is I've almost found him. Everything will be okay. I know he's scared, but I'll be there for him. I won't leave him alone in that darkness. With my eyes dutifully closed, I thrust my hand purposefully beyond the edge of the bed. The bony fingers, slow and gentle as always, find mine and wrap lovingly into our nightly embrace. I relax, summoning slumber. The darkness consumes me. I can hear him. He's right in front of me, screaming.
Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me.
The darkness. Why is the darkness in my way? Why can't I breathe? What's holding me down, pinning me to the bed? The darkness. My eyes, they're closed. Of course, I'm such an idiot. All I need to do is open my eyes. I'm in my bedroom. I'm lying on my back. I'm looking at the thing that is holding me down. Its eyes are wide, staring at me because there's no skin left on the face. Its arms and legs are twisted at bizarre, agonizing angles. Fingers with the flesh peeled back, exposing bone, are intertwined with my own, holding me down as it watches me sleep. Its mouth opens as though to scream, and before its teeth sink into the flesh of my face, I see the tattoo on its shoulder. I shouldn't have looked at him. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Why did you read this post? I can hear you breathing, and I wonder if your hand will hang over the edge of your bed tonight as you fall asleep. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. What can you do when you remain the last herald of a universal truth that seems to have been erased for no apparent reason? From infancy, people are taught basic concepts such as the succession of numbers, something that is merely a sequence of words, pronounced different in each language. A mathematical axiom created to make sure people understand each other when talking about numbers. It is taken for granted. It remains unchanged for thousands of years. And yet, you wake up one day to find out that suddenly, everyone follows a new sequence now. Nobody remembers the number that comes between 3 and 4. Nobody but me, of course. It would be difficult to identify the exact time when it happened. In the movie Groundhog Day, Bill Murray lives out his day normally at first, until he slowly realizes that the same day would keep repeating itself. Similarly, I too had no idea that my concept of how to count to 10 got somehow misaligned from the rest of the world's. A few misunderstandings with colleagues, cashiers, all with their weird looks simply making me feel embarrassed. I had probably just been too tired, so I never spoke up when I got corrected. But slowly, all these little mistakes added up in the back of my head. Why do I keep getting my numbers wrong? It felt as if I had suddenly become dumb. 2 college degrees, yet unable to do simple additions. No, it can't be right. I took to textbooks and online resources, hoping it would discredit my detractors. But instead, I got a slap in the face from what is now the accepted truth. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I had either been wrong my entire life, or something somehow changed. But how would a condemnation of this grand scale be possible? And better yet, who would have the power and instruments to conduct it? At first, I kept this to myself. Didn't want to seem like a schizo. After all, the math in this new reality did work out. Everyone is able to calculate correctly. From a utilitarian standpoint, it matters little whether the number after 3 is called 4 or something else. But then comes the question of, why would someone change it? Even accepting a global conspiracy of this caliber, one has to look for a reason behind it. Every lunatic with a tinfoil hat is able to justify their half-baked ideas. Big corporations want to profit off of you, or the government wants to control you. I guess it is fairly easy to make someone forget an arbitrary concept like a number. If one were to invent a machine that has the capacity to wipe certain memories, or pieces of knowledge from humanity's collective consciousness, testing it out on a number would be fairly easy. But if this really is a kind of beta test for an Illuminati-esque brainwashing exercise, then I fear for what the end purpose of it all is. And more importantly, why am I the only one left out? Could it be an inexplicable immunity to the technology used? A glitch in the system? Or perhaps this is all a cruel experiment intended to torture and alienate me, a completely average, insignificant person. I have now learned to live like everyone else, step in line and pretend that the Emperor has clothes on. I am accustomed to this new system that everyone seems to be happy with. I also seem happy. I have to be. Otherwise, I fear for what may happen to me if the truth reveals itself. That whatever was supposed to happen to every single being on Earth did not happen to me. But to remind myself of the truth, I wake up every morning and repeat the same thing to myself. 1, 2, 3, 4. End of the world. The apocalypse was here, more unpredictable than anyone had guessed. There was no pattern. Randomly, people had started describing seeing a white light and had died shortly after. Now you may think that sounds a lot like what people describe when they're dying. The thing about it, however, is that people started dying after it first shows. After that, people, healthy or not, died. They were beyond saving. I had lost my entire family to it. My world. I wandered on the tracks. The train here used to pass every 4 hours. Now, I haven't been walking on this track for 4 hours yet, but I hadn't heard it pass from the distance. I could only imagine the chaos in other parts of the world. I, of course, didn't have any way of knowing. There was no signal anywhere. It was the end of the world. I don't know why I'm still alive. Why me, but not my healthy son? Why was there no logic in it? Would anyone even survive? I didn't want to wait until it got me. I don't even know why I haven't ended it yet. The world is gone. Even if the death stopped, it wouldn't go back to normal. I wouldn't be having dinner with my family, ever again. Oh, how I regretted not eating with them that last time. A light. So, I wouldn't have to go through the effort myself, at least. The light was getting bigger. I stood in the middle of the tracks, facing the light. I smiled, knowing I'd see my family again. The light engulfed me. Police are currently investigating a man who supposedly poisoned his entire family. He kept a detailed journal describing his family's last moments. We got our hands on one of the pages where he had written, "It's the end of the world," multiple times. After watching his family die, he stepped in front of a train. He did not survive. The park. The park was a semi-popular hangout spot, usually frequented by teenagers, whether it be for the seclusion it offered or the creepiness it radiated. Occasionally, it had older people as well, mostly those that filmed themselves at creepy places, hoping to gain a large following. I was one of those. I had done my research and stumbled onto this place, the park, such an unoriginal name. It was an abandoned theme park. Although abandoned may not be an accurate description, I thought, seeing bottles, food packages, and condoms scattered around. My friend Miranda said she'd join me tonight, but there had been no sign of her yet. Right now, it actually was abandoned, me being the exception. Despite all their boasting, there were never any teenagers here after midnight. I walked around looking for a place to start filming. There was a shop that had doll heads arranged at the windows. Creepy enough, but somewhat overused. Maybe I'll check it out if I can't find anything else. They looked so real, so unnerving. I followed their dead gaze. Then I saw it, the Ferris wheel. There was a slight wind shaking the carts, releasing eerie creaks. It almost sounded like a sort of howling. So I set up my camera. I filmed it for a bit. With some editing, I could turn the shaking carts into a loop. While checking whether it was set up right, I noticed a light, almost like a flashlight, coming from one of the top carts. I also thought I heard a giggle riding the wind. Did the wind increase in power? Weather reports had been promising. One of the carts seemed to move more than the others. Had that been the one where the light came from? I heard a giggle again, clearer this time. I couldn't suppress a smile. Miranda had come, after all. How had she gotten up there, though? Nothing else to do than climb through the framework. It wasn't unusual for us to climb the highest places we could find. Aerial photos have their own kind of creepiness, after all, revealing things you wouldn't have noticed from below. It was cold up here. The wind had definitely increased. I was surrounded by howls. Miranda sure had a talent for finding creepy places. More giggles. She must be loving the view. Me, sweating and shivering, occasionally blinded by her flashlight. I pulled myself into her cart. It was shaking precariously. I froze. She was in the cart, sort of. Or, well, her body was. Her head was gone. Giggles came from the cart above me, and I was blinded by a flashlight. Emergency plan. Me and my husband had made a plan for every emergency we could think of. Where we hid a weapon in case of home invasion, who'd take which kid in case we needed to get out quickly, that sort of stuff. We thought ourselves foolproof. We had made a terrible mistake. I remember waking up, fire alarm beeping loudly. We didn't talk. I just went down the hallway to grab our newborn while calling emergency services. He went upstairs to the attic where our other kids slept. I went through the back door, expecting them to arrive any moment. Flames came out of the kitchen and quickly spread out. They didn't come out. I started getting nervous. In the distance, I could already hear the fire truck. But still, no husband and kid. I decided to move to the front of the home, at least to talk to the firemen. Maybe they had gotten stuck, trapped by the fire. In our front garden, I found our other kid. Had he gotten out himself? He looked ecstatic when he spotted us. "Mommy, Mommy, you're here. Daddy was scared when he didn't see you here, so he went back in. Did you see him?" Horror dawned upon me as I realized we never said which exit we'd take. Before I could call out to him, the house crumbled under the fire. I am a monster. I am a monster. I have killed my mother, father, and sister. I don't even remember doing it. I had taken sleeping pills that night, and when I woke up, they were dead. My clothes and hands were covered in blood. The court had ruled me mentally unstable, so now I will remain in a private institution. It's a fancy word for a prison with other mentally unstable criminals. Whether it's for our own safety against sane criminals or for theirs, I don't know. I suppose it doesn't matter anyway. It's strange. I can't remember ever having suddenly snapped into a different state of mind. In group therapy here, I sometimes hear people say they had signs beforehand, but I can't remember experiencing that. Or is that specifically caused by my mentally unstableness? I don't know anymore. Speaking of therapy, I'll be led to personal therapy any moment now. My therapist is an ex-girlfriend of mine. Can you believe it? Back when I had broken up with her, she had been very manipulative. At least she's doing good now. She had tried contacting me very often. I always refused. A guard led me to the room. They had strict orders not to talk to any of the patients. As usual, I greeted him politely. He never spoke, but he seemed more relaxed near me than with any other patients. I guess most people here aren't as polite or calm, or they were too drugged and on the verge of collapsing any moment. When she saw me, she smiled. She seemed to enjoy my presence. After exchanging pleasantries, she asked me a familiar question. "Do you remember anything new?" As a matter of fact, I did. In the morning, something gnawed on my mind. The medication made it hard to think too much. She was tapping her foot against the table, making me glance at it subconsciously. Those shoes. That's it. I remember when I gulped. When I found the bodies. I ran up to them, but my prints weren't the only ones. What do you mean? Evidence suggests they didn't die immediately. Were the prints their own? No, they weren't wearing shoes. Neither was I. It looked like sneaker prints. Like yours. She narrowed her eyes. That confused me. She usually just nodded, almost smugly. She finished writing something down and looked up. "I think the stressful environment is impacting your mind. To calm your mind, I'm prescribing you more medicine. This is not negotiable." A little while later, a nurse came in. The dosage of pills was double the normal amount. The nurse smiled at me sympathetically. After I ingested the medicine, she left. My therapist cleared her throat. "Now, repeat after me and remember, I am a monster. I killed my mother, father, and sister." So I did. Scarecrow. Growing up in a rural area, there are many scary stories intended to keep children inside when it's getting dark. Usually, they include the famous, "It's true, it happened to," insert acquaintance here, with no way of confirming, of course. I did always feel uneasy walking home from my best friend's house, as if someone was watching me. But as a kid, I always had curfew, so I'd be home before dark without any issue. As a teenager, however, I had gotten bolder. I started avoiding my curfew, that was still set at sunset.
One of us.
Now, walking through the cornfield, I regretted it. The feeling that haunted me during daytime was much stronger. My mind sensed someone near me. I couldn't help but look around continually. That's when I noticed the scarecrow, or rather, the lack thereof. Where there had been an eerie-looking scarecrow, there was now empty land. Had someone removed it?
One of us.
Something rustled in the corn behind me. I bolted. Initially, I kept to the path, but I soon ran into the corn itself. as there was a shadow on the path before me. Stalks hit me in the face, scratching my arms. Had corn always been this sharp? I felt blood trickling down my arms. My clothing was scratched all over. Suddenly, I was in a wide clearing. I stopped and tried to orient myself. It was dead quiet. Still, my back itched as if someone was right behind me.
One of us.
In a blink of an eye, I was surrounded. There were 4 of them. One in front of me looked like Lily, a girl who had gone to some big city a month ago. Rumor was that she had escaped her parents, as no one had heard of her since she left. I understood now. She never left town. Neither did the others around me. The one to my left, though, I didn't know. But I knew it didn't matter. I'd find out soon enough. With my ripped clothes and dirty face, I already looked like one. Now I was going to become one. It felt oddly peaceful, as if it was meant to be.
One of us.
Good behavior. I was enjoying the morning quietness with a cup of coffee when I heard a letter being deposited. I enjoyed a few more sips of coffee in peace before checking it out. It turned out to be a letter from the government. I had my suspicions to what the letter may contain. My hands shook as I opened it. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Baker, we hereby inform you that Nicholas Smith has earned prison time reduction on account of good behavior. In a week's time, he will be a free man. As his deeds involved a close relative of yours, we deemed it necessary to inform you of this development. I didn't read more. It had been exactly what I thought it would be. I sat down, memories flooding my mind. The investigation had been long and messy. At a certain point, they actually accused Sophie's brother of the deed. That had been nonsense, of course, but the investigators hadn't known that at the time. I checked the date of the letter. It was sent February 1st. I couldn't believe my luck. The letter somehow hadn't gotten through until now. It was foolish of the Bakers not to lock their back door. But then, they didn't know there was a killer on the loose. I love Ben with all of my heart. We met in college, and it was love almost at first sight. He proposed in 2018, and we got married a year later. Well, I say married. We actually had to elope in Las Vegas. Ben's parents didn't like me. I know no one really loves who their children marry. I mean, my parents didn't love Ben until he saved my little brother's life. He was choking on a chicken nugget. Ben knew the Heimlich maneuver. You do the math. But this felt different from the typical, "You're not good enough for our son." Mrs. Kennison, not Ben and I's last name by the way, was okay. She'd talk to me now and then, smile, etc. But it was obvious that she didn't like me. She made underhanded comments. She was always passive-aggressive with me, and she tended to play with my emotions. Mr. Kennison didn't even try to hide it. He basically told me that I'd ruined his son's chance at a happy life, and he did anything he could to make our life together miserable. He got drunk at the wedding reception and called me, not Ben, only me, slurs. He refused to help us pay for our honeymoon. We ended up just spending it at home, which wasn't that bad actually. And he kept calling my parents to try and get them to help break us up. I'm not even kidding. They ended up getting a restraining order. Ben was embarrassed by his parents' actions. I always tried to brush it off like it was no big deal, but I'm pretty sure he caught me researching what you need to do to get a restraining order, thanks to the Reddit page, Legal Advice. We ended up moving across the country 6 months after the wedding. Luckily, we did it before COVID-19 shut everything down. Things were pretty quiet for a while after that. We got new jobs, made friends with the neighbors, talked about having a family, etc. Then we got the email from Mr. and Mrs. Kennison. Ostensibly, they both wanted to come and visit to see how we were doing and to apologize for their behavior. We talked about it, then agreed to have them over. If I had known what they were really planning, I would have called the cops and changed the locks. They arrived that Friday afternoon. They swarmed over Ben, showering him with love and affection. I got a firm handshake and a half-hearted, "How are you?" So, nothing had changed. I just put on a brave face and gritted my teeth. Ben had promised me that if they did anything to hurt me, then he was throwing them out without a second thought. If only it was that easy. They mostly behaved themselves throughout dinner, although nitpicked at everything from the tablecloth to the dessert I'd made. We played a few hands of cards after dinner, then went to bed. I was worn out, but I thought I could survive their visit. I woke up at around 3 a.m. I was crazy thirsty and got up to go get a drink. I crept out of the room quietly to avoid waking Ben up. He's a light sleeper. As I went through the den, I thought I saw something in the corner. I looked closer, but I wasn't wearing my glasses. After a minute, I just brushed it off as a shadow. I walked into the kitchen. I still don't know how I didn't hear his footsteps. I was at the cabinet, reaching for a glass, when I got that prickle on the back of my neck. Maybe you felt it before. It's that uncomfortable feeling you get when you feel like you're being watched. I turned around. Mr. Kennison was standing in the kitchen doorway. His eyes were locked on me, and he wasn't moving. It was like someone had put a wax replica of him in the kitchen. I froze, then started trying to talk to him. "Mr. Kennison?" My voice cracked. I cleared my throat and said his name again. "Mr. Kennison?" "You took my son from me." His voice was cold, hard, full of hate. "What?" "You took him from me. He could have met a nice girl and settled down in his home state, like he's supposed to, but you had to show up. He'll thank me for this one day, 'cause I'm going to set him free." He pulled a knife out from under his robe. I recognized it. I'd used it to cut the meat we'd eaten at dinner. He must have stolen it from the sink while I was loading the dishwasher. It was still stained with beef juice. He lunged at me so fast that I almost didn't have time to react. Almost through instinct, I raised my arms up over my chest and face. I felt the knife slice through my forearm. It would later need surgery and 60 stitches. I screamed at some point, because before I knew it, Ben was there. He swiftly kicked his father in the face, then wrenched the now bloody knife from his hand. I tied a tourniquet on my arm and called the cops. Mrs. Kennison was in the doorway wearing an expression of total shock. There were 2 witnesses, a knife with my blood and his fingerprints, and a restraining order from my parents that proved that Mr. Kennison wasn't exactly a model citizen. Mrs. Kennison refused to testify. He didn't have anyone on his side. His lawyer pled insanity, but he still got life in prison. I took leave off of work. My boss understood. Who wouldn't? Ben didn't want to leave me alone, but we had to pay the bills somehow. It was while I was home alone that Mrs. Kennison sent me an email. She wanted to meet me for tea, more or less to repair our relationship. My first instinct was to say no, but I thought about it. Her social life, at least according to Facebook, was dead due to what her husband had done. None of their family members, not even her parents, would talk to her. I took pity on her and agreed to have her over. She brought over her favorite tea, and we spent some time together. For the first time in my memory, she was genuinely nice to me. We mostly avoided the murder attempt, but towards the end, she brought it up. I really can't apologize enough for my husband's actions. Well, it's okay, you couldn't have known he was going to do that. He was so stupid. If I, for example, wanted to kill someone, I'd make it look like an accident. With that, she left. It's been 15 minutes, and I don't feel well. I can't stop shaking. My heart's beating a mile a minute. My vision's blurry, and my mouth's gone dry. I called an ambulance, but I don't think that they'll get here in time. I'm writing this so people will know what happened. I think she slipped something into my tea. The hospital near where we live has an ugly reputation. Its official name is Nottingham General Hospital, NGH, but everyone calls it Not Going Home. The building is out of date, the staff either too new or too burned out, and even the lights seem to struggle to shine. If you're dying, it's a good enough place to die faster, but if you're hoping to recover, you should keep driving. That's why, despite living less than 30 from NGH, we take my brother Eddie to the big city hospital 3 hours away for his chemo. Besides the air of misery, there are other, darker things I've heard about Nottingham. They say even small sicknesses can blossom into something fatal there. They say the halls are haunted, that there's blood in the food, and that the dead dance in the morgue at night. I'm sure it's all bullshit, but I have to admit, even driving past the place, there's a wrongness to the tall building, like a dirty scar on the skyline. There was another reason I avoided NGH. It was where both of my parents died, less than a year ago and less than an hour apart. I would do anything I could to keep my family away from Nottingham, but last week Eddie developed a cough that turned into a wet choking in less than a day. We had no choice but to rush him to NGH's emergency room. Pneumonia. Eddie was touch and go for a few days. Ben and I stayed in the room with him the whole time, sleeping on the chairs. I appreciated that the doctors didn't chase us out after visiting hours. I doubted the hospital got that many visitors in the first place, so maybe the staff appreciated the company. On the 4th day, we took Eddie home. The docs wanted to keep him another day for observation, but he'd stabilized and we'd had our fill of the place. All of us had nightmares every night we stayed at Nottingham. I didn't ask Eddie and Ben what they dreamt about. For me, it was 2 dreams that played on repeat. The first nightmare was about a doctor walking slowly down a hallway towards me. Fluorescent lights above flickering out and dying as he came. The man was dressed in stained green scrubs. I could never see the doctor's face. The lights kept cutting out just in front of him. I could smell him, though. The sick, sweet scent of industrial ammonia, hints of copper and rotting meat. I always woke up just as the doctor got ready to walk into Eddie's room. In the second dream, I walked down a long staircase. There was a door, and I didn't want to open it, but I couldn't stop. The door led to the morgue, and I saw my parents' bodies, both laid out on cold, stainless steel tables. They were naked and each had a raw, red Y shape cut into their chest and stomach, fresh stitches barely holding the cut together. It's how I imagined they must have looked after their autopsies. Both of them died in the same car accident. My dad, as soon as they got to the hospital. My mom, not even 10 minutes after. The two of them were on a date, the first they'd taken in probably a year. Eddie being so sick for so long, it was hard on my family, but my parents in particular. It seemed so terribly unfair. All my mom and dad wanted was one night for themselves. A bad tire and a patch of ice later, and they were gone. Ben came home from college after the accident. Somebody needed to watch over Eddie and me while we finished school. In 2 years, I'd be done with high school, and I can do more to help. Maybe take turns with Eddie so Ben can pick up some classes. We were making shit up as we went, but we were together at least. When we got home from the hospital after Eddie's ER visit, as soon as Ben opened the door, Maggie tackled into us like a gray gold cannonball. "Did you miss us?" Eddie asked, still a little short of breath. Maggie wagged her tail and pressed her head against Eddie's. Her fur was faded from the years, but when I looked at her, I saw the same puppy my parents brought home the week Eddie was born. Ben and I had demanded a dog for years, and Mom and Dad thought it would be nice for Eddie and Maggie to grow up together. "No roughhousing," Ben said, doing his best to sound stern. I couldn't tell if he was talking to Eddie or Maggie, but they both did their best to look chastened. "You got to take care of yourself, Eddie. You're still on the mend." Eddie, looking bony and tired, still managed a grin. "I'm the picture of health." We couldn't help but grin with him. Then he coughed. Ben had the car keys out and my arm was halfway back through my jacket before Eddie talked us down. "Just a tickle in my throat," he promised. We slowly relaxed. Even Maggie looked concerned, big brown eyes fixed on Eddie. "Hey," Eddie asked, sounding scared for the first time in I don't know how long. "Has anyone seen my lantern?" He began frantically going through his pockets. Eddie's panic infected the rest of us. Ben was about to drive back to the hospital, ready to tear the place apart, when I noticed a lump in the inner pocket of my sweater. "Eddie, I've got it," I said, pulling out the object. "I picked it up from your nightstand when we were leaving the hospital, just to be sure we wouldn't forget it." The lantern was actually a keychain, a miniature version of the lamppost from the Chronicles of Narnia. It was scaled down to fit in your palm, copper cast and solar powered, so if you left it in the sun for a few hours, it could produce a weak glow at night. It was the last gift my mom gave Eddie before she passed. The chemo was taking a toll on him. Months of it. Life-saving poison that burned up body and soul. In one of the worst stretches, my mom gave him the little lantern. She quoted Tolkien, told Eddie to let the lantern be a light in dark places when all other lights go out. Mom, Eddie, and Ben all loved their fantasy. I took after my dad, not so much a daydreamer, but I knew there was power in stories. Eddie took the keychain from me and hugged me close. "Thanks, Liz." He cupped his hands around it, put his eye close. Eddie looked up, disappointed. "There's no light," he said. "I think it needs some sun." I moved a strand of hair out of his face. "Yeah, I don't think we got enough sunshine at the hospital. Even on bright days, Eddie's hospital room, the whole damn building even, seemed to stay in the shade. Put your lantern on your windowsill and leave the blinds up tomorrow." "Speaking of light," said Ben, walking into the dining room, "would you like to fire up the candles, Ed?" Eddie sprinted after Ben so fast I was surprised the little guy didn't give the floor a friction burn. I smiled as I watched them both duck into the other room on the way to the den, Maggie on their heels. I followed after at my own pace. We kept Mom and Dad's ashes in wooden urns on the mantel. Mom was in maple, Dad was in cherry. Next to each urn we kept a candle that reminded us of them. For Mom, it was cinnamon. Her season was always winter. Mom put so much effort into organizing the perfect Christmas song playlist every December. We used to joke she should DJ as a side hustle. Dad's candle was the ocean. He'd lived for the trips we'd taken as a family to the shore, for fireworks in July. Even after Eddie got sick, we still managed one last trip to the boardwalk together that summer. We light those candles every night, and it makes it easier to remember Mom and Dad. Cinnamon and sea salt, first snow and summer sand. When the smell fills the house, it's almost like we're all together again. There's a gravity in those moments that keeps our memories from drifting too far away. Ben, Eddie, and me, and Maggie, spent the rest of the day making sugar cookies and watching Lord of the Rings for the millionth time. Eddie made it most of the way through 2 towers before falling asleep on my shoulder. I didn't want to disturb him, so Ben and I stayed in the den. We both must have nodded off right around when the orcs dragged Frodo, and Sam went to follow. I was woken up by a knock at the door. Eddie was still sleeping on the couch next to me. Ben was stirring. He was as light a sleeper as me. Maggie was nowhere to be seen, but I could hear her in the other room. She was growling softly. The knock came again. Ben looked at the clock above the TV. "A little late. Are you he began to ask me. He stopped when we heard the front door open and close. "It was locked," I whispered to him, standing up. Maggie came backing into the room, still growling. She was facing the dining room, which connected to the foyer. Huh?" Eddie asked, still half asleep. Ben and I were both standing now. We'd put the candles out, but forgotten to turn off the light in the den while we were watching the movies. The dining room and the rest of the house were dark. "Is someone there?" Ben called out, taking a step toward the other room. No one answered. The smell of ammonia and rot washed over me, and I nearly retched. "Jesus," Ben gagged, covering his mouth. I felt Eddie grab my hand and squeeze. I squeezed back. Maggie began to growl louder. The den lights were weakening my night vision, but I thought I caught the shadow of a man next to the dining table. "If someone's there, you better go," Ben continued. "We called the police already, and we're armed," Maggie barked. "And we have a dog, and she has fucking rabies, so fuck off." We stood in silence. The shadow in the other room moved closer. "You left," a voice whispered. "Too early. Still need help." There was something wrong about the dark in the dining room. It wasn't a gradual darkness, lighter near the den and shadier further back. Instead, the gloom was almost solid, hanging like a curtain between the 2 rooms. A hand reached out from that blackness, followed by an arm. The hand was covered by a dirty latex glove. The arm was wrapped in stained green scrubs. It pointed at Eddie. "Come back," it said, voice hushed. "Sick, sick, sick hospital." "Get the fuck out of our house," Ben whispered. It was still pointing at Eddie. "Give." Maggie snarled. Ben stood a little straighter. "Not going to happen," he said. The lights in the den flickered, then went out completely. Ben shouted and Maggie yelped. I froze. The lights came back, but they were dimmer, like they were dying. Ben was still at the threshold between the den and dining room. He had his hands up like a boxer. There were fresh scratches and cuts all over both arms, and something had torn the collar of his shirt. He was breathing heavily. Maggie had lost some fur, and there was a small streak of red on her side. She was favoring one of her paws, but still standing. They were both still standing between me and Eddie and whatever was in the other room. The gloved hand reached out of the darkness again. There were bright red splotches visible against the faded white latex. "Give," it said, pointing at Eddie. "Fuck you," Ben replied. Maggie growled. It sounded like she was agreeing with him. The two of them made an unusual pair. Ben, my skinny big brother, was wearing green flannel pajamas and an old Radiohead t-shirt. Maggie was so old we had to carry her up and down the stairs every night so she could sleep in Eddie's room. But seeing them standing there, they looked like giants to me. I wouldn't have traded the two of them for a platoon of Marines. I knew that whatever followed us wasn't getting to Eddie without a fight. The lights flickered again, and I screamed, nearly choking on the smell of ammonia and old blood. It was like the darkness in the other room was oil, slowly flooding the rest of the house. The thing's arm reached a little farther, coming out to the shoulder. Shadows in the dining room were pulled with it, like fabric stretching. I was terrified that the stretching would continue until something ripped, and then it would be in here with us. "Please, God," I whispered. "Please." I felt Eddie squeeze my hand. A moment later, he pressed something small and metal into my palm. I turned to look at him. "It'll be okay," he whispered to me. "I won't let anything hurt you." I opened my hand. Eddie had given me his charm, his lantern on a keychain. I felt all of the fear drain out of me. There wasn't enough room in my heart for fear. It was overfilled with a fierce love for my brave little brother, for my entire family. A love so animate it hurt. I turned to Eddie and smiled. He looked so small in the low light, so fragile. The cancer had taken its cut of him, the treatment taken as much or more. But like Ben and Maggie, Eddie was still standing. My poor brother, all of us, we'd been through so much hell over the past few years. It wasn't fair for some nightmare to chase us home, to try to take more from Eddie than the bill the world had already called in. No more fear then. But there was room in me for at least one other emotion besides love. I looked at the arm reaching out from the dark, and I felt rage. How dare this thing come into our house, hurt my family, come calling for my brother? How fucking dare it? The lights flickered again, then everything was black, but only for a moment. The room lit up with a blue-white brilliance. I felt warmth in my hand. The light was coming from Eddie's lantern. I could see my brothers and Maggie clearly. There was a hidden shape, tall and crooked, caught between the two rooms, right on the other side of Ben and Maggie. There were two other shadows in the den with my family, standing next to Eddie and me. I could smell cinnamon. There was a chill in the room, but pleasant, like the first cool night in the winter. The cinnamon faded and was replaced with the scent of the ocean, and my hair stirred in a warm summer breeze. I began to walk towards the blackness in the dining room. The two familiar shadows walked with me. "Leave," I said. "Never come back." There was a swelling pressure, and then it was like the world exhaled. All of the shadows were gone, and I was alone in the house with my brothers and our dog. Ben and Eddie were staring at me. Even Maggie looked confused. "Was that?" Ben started to ask, trailing off. "Yeah," Eddie answered. "It was." The smell of cinnamon and the ocean were gone. but they were easy to recall if I closed my eyes. I glanced down at the miniature lamp keychain. The brightness was now a soft bluish glow. I smiled and brought the charm back to Eddie. We have to remember to leave this on the windowsill tomorrow, so it can catch some sun. You never know when we'll need a little light. We'll never go back to that hospital. In fact, we decided to use some of the money Mom and Dad left us to move. I heard a rumor from a friend of a friend about an unusually lucky neighborhood a few towns over. The area isn't just fortunate. This is a place where sometimes sick people get better. There's supposed to be some weirdness there too, but I'm finding that my family has a high tolerance for weirdness these days. If things ever go bad, we'll always have Eddie's lantern. And I know none of us will ever face the dark alone. When Andrea first saw us, it was love at first sight, and the feeling was entirely mutual. We were elated when Andrea adopted us, and seamlessly began referring to her as our mother. She made us feel loved, which is something we've never previously experienced, other than among ourselves. Andrea, or Mommy, as we popularly referred to her, gave us new everything. Clothes, toys and friends to play with, even our own room in the beautiful condo where we lived. Her friends always made a big fuss over us whenever they visited, complimenting on how cute we looked in our matching outfits. Their favorites were these light orange shirts and dark blue suspenders that had light pink hearts, which displayed our abbreviated names: Andy, Randy, and Sandy. The fact that Mommy made them herself are why those outfits were so meaningful and made us really excited whenever she picked them out for us to wear. We especially enjoyed when any of Mommy's friends came over with kids our own age. We'd have so much fun spending hours playing games like house and hide and seek. But my favorites were the ones made up on the spot. She'd confide her deepest secrets and lamented about her problems whenever she'd sleep in our room or vice versa, always saying how much it meant for us to just listen. Mommy even took us to her job a few times, where we received nothing but compliments from her coworkers. We grew extremely attached to Andrea during those first few months, and knew Mommy's sentiments were the same. Each of us thought this seemingly unbreakable bond with her would last forever, one that we strongly cherished and were eternally grateful to have. For the first time in our young lives, me and my siblings felt like we were part of a true family. That all changed when Mommy started seeing Tim. Apparently he worked in the same building as Mommy's job, and they would frequently talk if they ever bumped into each other during the workday. Tim was a computer programmer, but his biggest passion was sports, namely the major ones like baseball, hockey, football, and basketball. He was especially into stats and analytics, namely the highly advanced ones, which he used to gauge the value or track progress of a player or team. He wrote for a few different sports blogs, but rarely posted any content. Tim was primarily focused on his social media accounts, where he did have a large following, and engaged in heated discussions, where he tried to prove people wrong and make them see things his way. There's no denying Tim's formidable wealth of knowledge on these topics, but he was a pompous know-it-all and had a monstrous ego. According to Tim, his outlook was the only acceptable way to properly interpret a scenario or back an opinion with facts. As more time passed, I noticed this defective trait of his applied to practically everything he did, in addition to his profound sports analysis. He was constantly correcting or critiquing Mommy on everything, to the point where it was affecting her confidence and overall morale. Tim was a very condescending individual and seemed to take pleasure at correcting and lecturing Mommy on the right way of doing something, or even how to think. We knew he was ultimately conditioning her to be just like him, and it concerned us when she vented about Tim's overly abrasive and controlling qualities, especially when Mommy became convinced that she actually needed what she called Tim's necessary discipline in her life. Even some of her friends tried advocating for Mommy to break it off with Tim, but she gave them the same bland excuse. "He's good for me," she would always say, sounding like a robotic recording during each instance. "He gives me structure, companionship, and discipline, things I've never had in my life before, that I need to become a better person." Tim wasn't a big fan of us either, and seemed quite jealous of the love and attention we got from Mommy. Whenever he would use the computer in our bedroom, Tim would kick us out until he was finished, saying we made him feel uncomfortable, whatever that means. The three of us were powerless to stop Mommy from continuing to see Tim, or at least bring to her attention how toxic his belittling, dominion-seeking personality was becoming. She went from being loving and vivacious to a timid shell of her former self that questioned everything she did and said, especially with Tim. It got worse when Tim started spending nights, which eventually turned into stays lasting weekends or days at a time. Tim's influence slowly encroached into our home, from how the furniture was arranged to what foods he wanted Mommy to cook or shows they watched. We grew extremely fed up with Tim's unrelenting impositions and neared our breaking point when Mommy told us that Tim was not only moving in, but wanted to make our room into an office, or as he called it, his analytics station. "Tim's going to become part of our little family," Mommy told us one night with a tone of blatantly forced enthusiasm in her voice. "We'll be more complete now than we were before." We brandished our smiles when Mommy relayed us the news, but were boiling with anger and concern on the inside. All three of us could tell just by looking in Mommy's eyes that deep down she didn't want Tim moving into our home. Their relationship took such a toll on her that Mommy genuinely felt she actually needed Tim to function in all aspects in life. We decided to act when he brutally berated Mommy one night after she reorganized the linen closet, but missed one minor detail among Tim's specific convoluted instructions. She locked herself in our room where we tried soothing her as she held us tightly, during which Tim continued lecturing her from the other side of the door. What repulsed me the most were the petty apology acts Tim would pull whenever they fought that won Mommy over, every single time. He was breaking our Mommy if she wasn't already in shambles. Considering how warm, giving, and personable Mommy was, seeing her treated this way while those lovable aspects about her slowly deteriorated was overwhelmingly objectionable. That was when we decided to get rid of Tim by any means necessary. All we needed was for him to give us an opening. Me and my siblings formulated a plan and gathered the materials we needed for its implementation. A roller skate from Mommy's days playing roller hockey, and a kitchen knife. All we had to do then was wait for our chance. It came one day when Mommy left to run some errands, after quadruple checking with Tim that everything she had listed was accurate. Once she left, Tim put some boxes of his belongings into our room, and smirked as he walked up to the three of us. "Enjoy it while it's still yours. By the month's end, this room is going to be my domain," Tim said arrogantly, his face scrunching when he put special emphasis on the word "my" as he spoke in his deep nasally voice. You'll be more out of the way, wherever I wind up putting you three. Everything about Tim was always excruciatingly unbearable at that moment. It took every ounce of self-restraint I had from smashing that enormous beak-like nose. Just looking at Tim sent my mind into a frenzy. He had this thin face with a curved, narrow chin, large cheekbones, and a massive nose that seemed 2 sizes too big for his head. He wore black-framed glasses over his small, light green eyes, always had some sort of sports hat covering his short, dark grayish-brown hair, and had this exasperating habit of constantly keeping his mouth slightly parted, revealing his rows of yellowish-white teeth. Simply put, he had an extraordinarily punchable face, one I spent nights on end pondering how someone as smart and bright as Mommy could have taken such a liking. With a slight snort, Tim laughed at his own words as he left our room and sat in the den. Our bedroom was located directly across, which gave us a clear view of Tim. He kept flipping between a few different games and frantically typing on his laptop, most likely making a slew of social media posts that coincided with whatever he was watching. Tim was consumed with his pretend life as a wannabe pro sports analyst, so we knew he wouldn't notice when we dispersed to put our plan into motion. While Sandra entered the kitchen to make the distraction, I retrieved the knife we previously concealed in between the mattress and box spring. Randall took the roller skate and hid in the hallway closet, which was about halfway between the den and kitchen. I remained in the bedroom and would emerge when Tim responded to the impending crash. Sandra did just what she promised and pushed over the glass vase sitting on the kitchen table. It made a loud shatter that instantly got Tim's attention, who shot upright and asked what the fuck that sound was out loud to himself. Soon as he walked past our bedroom, I stepped out into the hallway, tightly clutching the knife, making sure to remain roughly 70 or so inches behind Tim, his approximate height. My footsteps were very quiet and calculated, so Tim was totally unaware I was trailing closely behind. I managed to keep up with his hasty, urgent steps, but started getting nervous, thinking Tim might reach the kitchen before Sandra could get into position. Fortunately, Sandra, being the reliable individual she was, had gotten ready in time. Tim was 3 or 4 feet from the kitchen entrance when Sandra stepped into view, causing him to freeze mid-step. "What?" was all Tim could say as he exchanged stares with Sandra, who wore a widened smile and slowly tilted her head while she stared, waving at Tim. Looking like he knew something was amiss, he slowly started backing up, making sure not to take his eyes off Sandra. Tim was so focused on her, he didn't even notice the closet door nudge open wide enough for Randall to push out the roller skate, which slid directly into his path. Tim released a fearful yelp-like shriek upon tripping over the roller skate. The foot stepping on it shot out forward while the rest of his body jerked back, causing him to immediately lose his balance. Twisting 180 degrees as he fell, I still maintained that precise distance behind Tim and firmly held the kitchen knife vertically in place, with its pointed blade aimed toward the ceiling. My precision was on point. The knife's entire blade and part of its handle effortlessly sank through Tim's left eye, its serrated tip bursting through the back of his head. A loud smack-like crunch signified the impact his face made when it slammed onto the floor. All was silent after that as we gathered around Tim's stiff, twitching body, watching the blood seep out from under his butchered face and collected around his head. The most gratifying part for me, aside from how enormously successful we were at pulling this off, was the monstrosity of a nose Tim had got absolutely smashed during the fall. It looked like a crumpled, bloodied accordion tightly wedged between his face and the floor. Mommy reacted exactly how we expected when she returned home. After a spree of incessant frantic hollering and wailing, she broke into hysterics and just barely managed to hold it together enough when she called 911. The police and paramedics arrived quickly, along with Mommy's parents and some of her friends. She was severely traumatized by the incident and completely inconsolable. Although part of me thinks some of those tears were of relief that she was out of Tim's shadow, possibly joy. She eventually came in our room to step away from the commotion and hugged us tightly. In between her soft sobs and sniffles, Mommy kept mumbling about how she couldn't and didn't want to believe this was happening. 2 police officers, an older and younger one, entered the bedroom, saying they were ready for Mommy to make her statement. Still sobbing, we watched her step back into the hallway with the older police officer. It truly hurt to see Mommy like this, and we felt absolutely horrible for doing what we did. But we knew it was for the best. Tim was slowly eating away at Mommy from the inside, and making her a totally different person. Even if she tried ending things herself, Tim would probably find a way to twist her words and turn the tables, or convince Mommy that's not what she actually wanted. The pain was fresh now, but we knew she would heal quickly. Mommy was a strong person, and we hoped she'd rejoice at the aspect of things going back to normal with our little family. The younger police officer stayed in the room and was staring at us intently, while me and my siblings sat on the bed. He seemed fixated on a particular detail about us, and had a growing, suspicious look in his eye that made me extremely uneasy, which was something I thought he sensed. "What the hell are you still doing in here?" the older police officer who walked out with Mommy asked as he re-entered the room. The younger police officer continued watching us closely for a couple more seconds before replying. "Doesn't something just seem off about them?" he asked softly. I tensed sharply. "What are you talking about?" the older police officer asked out loud, seeming irritated at what his colleague was saying. "I don't know," the young officer said, squinting as he leaned in closer, making me increasingly convinced we were about to be compromised. "I can't quite put my finger on it." The older officer looked like he quickly ran out of patience and hastily started guiding the younger officer back towards the door, which filled me with relief. I nearly chuckled when I heard what the older police officer said to his younger colleague as they left the room. "Well, there's plenty to do out here that you could put your finger on. I'm not sure what you found so fascinating about them. They're just dolls." Today, I woke up on an early Sunday morning in the springtime. It was just like any other day. The birds outside my window sang their sweet songs as the sun began to ascend, casting beautiful shadows as it went. I could smell the cherry blossoms as the breeze softly blew in through my open window. Downstairs, I could hear my mother humming sweetly in the kitchen as she prepared breakfast. The smell of bacon drifting in through my door. I reached up and rubbed the sleep from my eyes before hopping out of bed, pulling on an oversized sweatshirt and walking out the door. I bounded down the stairs, excited to fill my belly with whatever delicious meal my mother had prepared. As I rounded the corner to the kitchen, I found it empty. No sign of my mother or the delicious bacon I had smelled. Confused, I called out to her, "Mama, where'd you go?" No reply. I trotted back up the stairs and slowly cracked my parents' door open. It was empty. Panic began to rise in my gut. Where were they? I slumped out of the room and decided to check the garden. While pulling my shoes on, a thought briefly crossed my mind. What if they forgot me? I shook away my irrational fear and reached for the door, only to find it locked. I tugged on it hard to no avail. It wouldn't budge. Feeling defeated, I decided I would just call them. I picked up our home phone and began punching in their number. As I placed the receiver to my ear, I realized there was no dial tone. I checked the cord to see if it had come unplugged, but it hadn't. As I placed the phone back down, I heard my mother singing again. Excited, I ran to the kitchen. Standing next to the stove cooking breakfast was a woman. A woman who was not my mother. "Hey, who are you?" I shouted. The woman continued flipping pancakes, completely ignoring me. Frustrated, I walked over to the stove and picked up a glass sitting on the counter next to her. As I raised it up, the woman let out a shrill scream and ran out of the kitchen, leaving me standing there, glass still in hand with my mouth hanging open. What the hell was going on? I thought to myself. I quickly set it down and crept out of the kitchen in the direction the woman had run. As I reached the living room, I saw her sitting on the couch, sobbing, as a man I didn't know consoled her. I slowly approached them when the man stiffened and shouted at me to leave them alone. Terrified, I ran up the stairs into my bedroom and shut the door tight. I stayed there all day into the early evening, too terrified to leave. Until around 6 p.m. when there was a knock at the front door. I quietly opened my bedroom and peered below. A woman in black was standing just outside the door. The man and woman invited her in, and she immediately looked right at me. I froze in shock as goosebumps began to rise all over my trembling body. Who are these people? The man and woman guided their guest over to the kitchen table, where she began speaking to them in low, hushed tones. I tried my best to hear what she was saying, but it all sounded so foggy, as if she were speaking through a tunnel. I decided to tiptoe down the stairs to get within a better earshot. As I made my way to the wall, separating myself from their view, I heard the woman call my name and ask me to join them. I shakily rounded the corner and froze. They were all sitting in a circle holding hands as the woman in black had her eyes shut tight. I felt dizzy. What was happening? Where were my parents? The woman spoke again. "Emily, is that you?" I tried to say something, but my voice was too shaky to speak. "Emily, why are you here? Please, speak to us so I can help you move on." Move on? Move on from where? This is my house. I nervously walked over to the woman. Who are you guys? Why are you in my house?" The woman stiffened. She says this is her home. She spoke out loud to the parent imposters as if they couldn't hear me. I could feel the anger rising up into my gut. "This is my home," I began to shout. Emily dear, I'm going to need you to calm down. This is no longer your home, and you need to leave Mr. and Mrs. Swanson alone. Do you hear me, Emily? You need to leave and not return this time." The woman pointed to the door as she spoke. My world began to spin as my vision blurred, and then I remembered. I remembered that horrible Saturday night in the spring. It was dark out, and my father had come home drunk. I could smell the intoxication on his breath. I remember being terrified as he hit my mother for a reason I didn't understand. I had crawled under the table as he held her down, his hands around her neck. I remember her looking over at me with fear in her eyes as she tried to motion for me to hide. With tears in mine, I ran for my bedroom. Moments later, my father busted in with a shotgun.
Emily,
He slurred out.
where are you, Em? I just want to talk.
I was in my closet when he shot me. I remember hearing the loud crack of his gun as I felt the sharp pain ripping through my abdomen. As I laid there, fading in and out of consciousness, I heard one last bang before closing my eyes forever. One last tear falling from my cheek. Today, I woke up on an early Sunday morning in the springtime. Emily never trusted her government. Micah, her husband, along with their twins, Ronnie and Raven, had heard it all. At first they thought her theories were interesting conversation starters, but soon it advanced to full-blown paranoia. Emily's family could no longer keep up with her absurd theories, strict rules, or crazy demands. It had all begun to take its toll. Her family brainstormed different ideas that would grant Emily some kind of relief. They concluded there was only one answer: an underground bunker like the Doomsday Preppers had. They were all so tired of living with her insanity. This was sure to solve everyone's problems. What you call a win-win. Micah, Ronnie, and Raven discreetly worked for months. They stocked food, water, it had all the basic necessities. Soon, it was ready. A blindfold covered Emily's eyes while Raven served as her guide, and they all walked far out into their pasture. Micah stopped abruptly and bent over to rustle some dead grass and fallen leaves. Bingo. He pulled up the latch. Anxious, Emily inquired about the noise. The twins giggled and replied, "You'll see." Micah proceeds down under first. Built deep meant just a few more steps than they'd rather have to deal with, but it'd be worth it. Ronnie instructs his mother to head down, minding her steps. The twins stay behind as to not ruin anything. Once inside, Micah places Emily in the middle of a makeshift living room. He instructs Emily to count to 5 and take off her blindfold. Ready to see what all the fuss was about, she obliges. 3, 4, 5. Her blindfold flew off, not waiting a second more. She marveled in disbelief. She admired every inch of what her loving family had done for her. She turned to outpour her gratitude, but no one is behind her. Instead, she barely manages to catch the bottom of the ladder vanishing into the ceiling. A heavy thud from the metal door rocks the ground beneath her. Micah and his boys were successful. Peace at last. No moon. But you promised. Kristen's words lilt down into the type of disappointment that congeals the air between us. She is holding the freshly opened second bottle of her wine at her side, and I feel like such an asshole. I'd promised her I wouldn't work this weekend, our first weekend away as a couple in 6 years, but one email from my boss and my spine turns to cotton. I worked so hard to get this job. I dogged that law firm for years and years, and now that I was finally a clerk, I tested the resolve of Kristen's support on a weekly basis. "We haven't even been here for 4 hours," she continued, shoulders drooping. "And you're going to run off and work already? Jesus, I thought you'd at least wait till tomorrow before you..." Before I did my job, I finished her sentence, making everything worse the way that only my dumb mouth can. You promised. Her lips close into a tightly clenched, thin line, and I know she's right. I promised, and now I'm breaking the promise. I changed tactics. It's just some super simple filing stuff, Kristen, I swear. I can knock it out after you go to bed, and then it's done. I know there's really not anything I can say here that would actually let me off the hook. This is just a plank I'm going to have to walk, so I say what I should have said first. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I know this is shitty of me, and I don't even want to do it. But I don't get to say no right now. Not to my boss. Kristen isn't looking at me anymore, but she also isn't saying anything, and I wonder if I should continue, if I should say more, but she finally responds after what feels like years of silence. Just do what you have to do. She sounds tired, the type of tired that says all the fight has gone out of this one, and it breaks my heart when she turns around and begins to walk back toward the sliding plate glass doors leading into the house we rented for our weekend getaway. The cycling hum of the cicadas seems to pick up, as if it felt the need to fill the conversational void that just rolled into town, so I don't hear Kristen the first time and have to ask her to turn around and repeat herself. I said I'm going to shower and go to bed now. Just get your work done and we can pick our vacation back up tomorrow morning. I will. My mouth hangs open, just in case I think of some other magical phrase I can tag on to make everything just a little better. But the best I can manage is, thank you. She purses her lips, shrugs, and as the faint last rays of sunlight steal traces through her hair, Kristen turns around and resumes her walk to the house. Her cork sandals slap and scrape against the patio brick, and as she reaches the door, sliding it open on its loud, whooshing tracks, she offers one more instruction. Just please don't wake me when you come to bed. And she is inside. Behind me, a gust of wind tugs at the tall hedge that encircles the property, and beyond that, in the pond that the house listing falsely advertised as a lake, I hear a small splash. Water laps at the shoreline, and the cicadas are just getting warmed up, and the whisper of cars 2 miles away on I-80 all forcibly remind me that I am very, very far from home. Dusk finally loosens its grip on the soft amber and pastel sky that you only get to see way out here in the country. And I don't even notice just how dark it's gotten until Kristen flips on the upstairs bedroom light, and the backyard gets washed in its still, yellow haze. It is very dark out. There is no moon out tonight. Normally, when I'm doing this kind of work, I take over an entire table with folders of papers, photos, affidavits, and any other manner of documentation. But tonight, all I have is my laptop. And that's why I won't be able to knock this out in a reasonable manner of time. I'll get it done, I know that, but it's going to be a pain in the ass and it's going to take forever. I say a quick swear for my boss, count my blessings, and get to work. Sometime around 10:30, I hear the shower turn off upstairs, and Kristen's not-so-sober footsteps rap against the hardwood floors until the bedroom door closes and the house becomes a mausoleum. I keep a single lamp on in the corner, half lit, and work away on the couch, vacillating between resting my computer on my legs and on the coffee table in front of me. It's too low, and I have to arch my back in a way that is sure to be coaxing a mighty hump in my spine, but it keeps me awake while my body finishes metabolizing the last of the wine in my otherwise empty stomach. My boss is still awake. I get the occasional update or request for a specific form, and it feels even less like a vacation now. More like a severely handicapped day at the office, where instead of free coffee and bagels, I am incentivized with bleeding corneas and a lack of sex. The night ticks on. It's 12 past midnight, no end in sight for the duties at hand. But I'm stumbling into either a second wind or a fugue state, and Kristen is so deeply asleep that the guilt of working on our vacation fades substantially. This doesn't feel so wrong. This doesn't feel any different than staying awake to read while your partner is sawing logs on the bed next to you. When Kristen wakes up and this is all done, all it will have actually cost me is a night of sleep, and the wrecking ball pangs of stress that prompted this whole episode will be little more than a distant memory, a faint creak in the floorboards upstairs, a tink. What the fuck was that? I set my laptop on the coffee table and stood up. The lack of blood in my ass becomes annoyingly obvious, and my knees ache as they contort back into place. Not clicking back into place, but not far from it. I sit down too much. I need to start exercising. What the fuck was that? I look over at the sliding glass doors, ready to see a spiderweb of cracking glass, but when I lift my head, I am met with opaque black planes standing sentry on the far wall of the room, and the lamplight transmutes them from windows to mirrors, where I stare back at myself, like an idiot. There's too much light in here and too little out there. There's no moon. I walk over to the door, cup my hands around my face, and peer out. Faint outlines of the patio furniture, and what I know is the hedge, but wouldn't be able to guess at if I had not already seen it in proper daylight, ghost themselves against my own stubborn reflection. I stare harder, willing my pupils to dilate and reveal more of the backyard. But the longer I stare, the less I see. The patio's spectral vigils diffuse slowly into the black backdrop of my own reflection, and I turn my attention instead back to the room behind me. The lamp and its harsh blue LED bulbs put cigarettes out in my eyes, and when I squeeze my eyelids shut, I hear it again. Tink! It takes a fraction of a second to whip my head, and I'm surprised I don't sever my spine with the fervor, because what I just heard, I am sure of it now, was something small and hard clacking against the glass of the sliding door. I don't want to take my eyes off the backyard, regardless of the fact that none of it is actually visible to me, but I do, and I find the locking latch on the door. It makes a Richter triggering thump when it snaps into a locking position, but when that same sound fails to echo in the house or shake any china from the kitchen shelves, I know I'm being dramatic. Silence rings from the glass doors, mocks me, and when I sit back down at my laptop, I am a humbled man. It's just the house settling, cool night air. Professor Me is probably right, and I pull my laptop back onto my knees. 2 new emails from my boss. The date a witness met with a composite artist differs on 2 accounts, and the make and model of a car they claim to have seen has changed since their original statement. I start searching through my computer for the old statements, and as I do, the lamp in the corner turns to daggers again, and the light stirs a deep and misplaced agitation in me. I set my laptop back on the table, like I want the lamp to see, and I get up and walk across to the corner of the room to switch it off. A big circular bakelite knob sits halfway up its stalk, a stark relic against the viciously modern LED bulbs that seem to scream instead of glow. Something old, something new, something screaming, something tink. My hand, still hovering the better part of an inch from the worn brown lamp switch, freezes. There is a jagged ringing still hanging in my ears as the glass sings lightly. One liquid movement of my neck, a near gyroscopic separation from the rest of my body, and I was in a stare down with the glass doors. My fingers closed down, looking for a bakelite knob that was still too far away, and when they find nothing, my arm spasms and jerks forward. The lamp rocks on its small base as my hand knocks into it, but I still do not take my eyes off the door. I finally manage to wrap my fingers around the thin, teetering post of the lamp, aided by my reflection, and here I freeze again. If there is something, no, someone outside, then right now they can see me, but I cannot see them. I should switch off the light. I should expose them. I could even chase them. I could what? The options never get the chance to be laid out on the table, because now I am too afraid to turn the big, round knob on the lamp, the knob that will cut the current going to one harsh blue LED bulb that now feels safe, safer than the dark anyway. If I switch off that light and my reflection is replaced with the silhouette of, I'm not sure, what would I do? The door is locked, Kristen is asleep, and if there is a knife in the kitchen, I'm positive that I couldn't find it on the first guess. But for now, as long as this light is on, the moment is stuck in suspended animation, and there is no first move to be made. Click. I switch off the light. The ghosts of the patio furniture are full-body apparitions now, stony and cold, and I wait. I wait for movement, for another sound, for anything aside from the nothing, but nothing is all that happens, and I take increasingly ginger steps across the matted blue carpet towards the door. I log the silence for a moment, glance back out at the still-in backyard, and then back to the room. All I can see is my laptop and the achingly loud light that flows from the screen and embosses the sofa. I contemplate turning the lamp back on because I suddenly do not like how dark this all feels, and it must be an extension of that feeling that causes me so much unease at turning my back to the glass door. I have to turn back around. It is not a feeling of being watched, but a feeling of not being able to watch. The backyard is unchanged when I do, but that's not comfort, cold or otherwise. So I cut my hands around my eyes once more and press them to the glass. My breath fogs the window on the first glance, and I have to wipe it away with my sleeve and return, lungs tightened. This close to the door, I can hear the faint hum of the cicadas pelting against the siding. The patio furniture looks frigid in the starlight. There is no moon, and leaves furrowed in the hedgerow seem to flirt with movement, but it's only the soreness in my eyes stretching and pinching the world around me. I lean away from the window. My muscles are tired in a way that lets me know they will be sore later, and I place my hands on the small of my back to crack it when I hear it again. Tink! The noise easily rises above the sound of my spine adjusting, and before I can think otherwise, I'm back against the window, looking outside. I exhale and steel my lungs before pressing my face to the glass, but as soon as I do, have to inhale with a sharp and almost wheezing gasp, because something was moving in the hedge. Something was in the hedge, or moving through it. Something was out there. Primally, I step back from the plate glass, and even now, most of a second later, the hedge flutters with the waning last signs of its disturbance, as if it is shivering. Thunk. I work the latch upright and pull the door aside. It's loud enough to wake Kristen, but I do not think it will wake her. And I don't think anything else would either, because tonight's spirits and hidden frustration have laid her mind in a grave so deep that no noise from this world could breach the packed soil and reach her. The symphony of cicadas returns to full, deafening volume, and the door is still sliding open, but it's lost in their chorus, as is the soft scraping of my foot stepping on the patio brick, and the rushed cadence of my heart sounding alarm bells in my chest. I can't hear it, but I can feel dried weeds flaking to crumbs under my feet the closer I get to the hedge. I walk slowly, cautiously. I don't know how long it takes me to get to the hedge, but I know I take my time and stop at the table to nearly turn back. This is stupid. I could be hearing nothing more than June bugs flying stupidly against the window, tapping the glass with their mindless skulls that they keep on the outside of their fucking heads and simply flying away. Whether or not that is what I think, I reach the hedge, but for a very long time I only stand and listen. Cicadas. My hand forms a blade again, and I slip it into the knotted billow of twigs and spines that make up its branches and tear it apart, slowly and surgically. When the splash shakes my arms away, I take several full steps back, giving the anonymous author of this splash a wide berth, and I am forgetting to breathe. Swiftly, I cross back to the hedge and tear at it again, less carefully this time, and beyond it the pond is a swirling black void that would sooner swallow the moonless night sky than betray what ripples still might be racing across its surface. I pull more, and as I do, I can see the full shape of the shore, stretching left and right into the darkness, and at night this pond does feel like a lake. It feels endless and impossibly deep, as if the stars glinting on its veneer were closer to getting wet than the silt of its deepest trenches were to turning to dust. That thing happens, like when you stare into a campfire or a babbling brook, and all the interconnected parts of your brain lose their fingers from one another, leaving you driftless. That thing happens. The pulsing whir of the cicadas dissolves to the background, static, faint and lulling, and then it's gone entirely. My hypnosis deepens until even the gentle lapping of the water on its shore, rolling and breaking, dips below the threshold of my attention. The stillness reveals something unsettling, something hard to place, but as I do place it, the trance breaks like a champagne flute on concrete. This is a pond. Ponds don't have tides. That water should be completely still. My breathing becomes a shiver, and as I listen closer, more nervously, I am hearing more than water beating the shore. I am hearing movement out in the water, not like something was swimming, but like something was gliding through the glossy black of the pond with a horrifying stealth that left very little wake and even less sound. In the wrenching guts of my imagination, I saw a black eel slicing through the water with blood-red, lidless eyes. Working overtime, my mind superimposed the thought onto the dark of the water, like it was filling in blanks. But I do not get a chance to truly see that, because now I'm hearing more. Gurgling like steel bolts in a wooden chest sliding and scraping against each other rose to a rasp out in the veil of the night. My eyes bloomed and the hairs on the back of my neck stood with such aggression that it felt like they would tear themselves from my flesh and fall to the ground, ripped tissue still clinging to their roots. The rasp became a note, and the note gurgled again, like it was clawing its way up whatever terrible throat was freeing it, grasping for purchase against a bloodied esophagus, and finally spilling forth in a wash of phlegm and very audible agony. The note drifted as it labored on with the sound of vocal cords that were not muscle, but were in fact rusted chains, and it began to search, to try. It reached upward and fell again before it twisted and folded itself into what was clearly, indistinguishably, inarguably, a vowel. Ah, the voice had attempted before trailing off as if it had run out of breath. My jaw snaps open as I leap back, and I am sure a yelp, some cry of panic, will escape, but I am silent and not by choice. I cannot yet scream. The voice, if it is a voice, tries again. Ah, ah. Becoming clearer now, less labored, and, to my horror, somewhat human. Ah, ah, ah. It is quicker now, louder, and much more human. I don't like this, and I want to turn and run inside and wake Kristen and put her in the car and leave, but the voice drags on. Ah, all. My shivers turn to tremors, and the voice is changing. What at first seemed to belong to the sandpapered timbre of an old man is getting younger, smoother. It is improving. The gurgling rasp that sent splinters through my bones is barely a cry, and the voice drags on. All, L. I do finally take a step back now, my own morbid curiosity losing its first bit of ground in a battle against my sense of survival. Whatever is out there is starting to, trying to, or even learning to sound human. But I wouldn't gamble at a glance, let alone my life, that whatever's out there is human at all. L. It prattles on, growing in both volume and what is beginning to sound like excitement. Yes, whatever is out there sounds excited. L. It's nearing a shout now. I feel for my cell phone in my pocket, but it's inside by my laptop. And oh fucking well, because what good would it have done me? Kristen is dead asleep, and who would I call? The cops? And tell them what? That I was hearing voices? From a pond? The truth is, I don't know what the fuck I would do if I had my phone, but I'm very certain I need to go where it is. I need to go inside. I take 2 or 3 more steps back before I feel safe enough to turn around, but even then, I do not. I'm almost to the door, almost sure that this has all been my imagination, and that I really needed to turn in for the night, when the voice starts again, quieter now. Hell. The H was raspy, clattering like its owner could not decipher precisely how to make the sound, but in 2 more passes it had learned. Hell. I reached behind me to open the glass door and found that I had not closed it. The ground beneath me was littered with jagged and piercing pebbles that bore into my bare feet, and had I more brain power to allocate to the sensation, I might have suspected that I had stepped on a piece of glass because the pain of this step surges up into my calf like fire. Hell, the voice insisted. No, my mind screamed. I purposefully overcompensate when I lift my feet behind me to step into the house, not wanting to trip on the ledge and find myself suddenly prone, unsure of what danger I was actually in, only sure that I was in some amount of danger. Both feet land on soft carpet, one after another, and I keep my eyes on the hedge as I extend my hand to find the sliding door. My fingers wrap around the angled handle, but before I begin to pull it shut, I hear the voice once more, crisp and calm. Help. The word is spoken, not asked, and the P is a confused plosive that spits water, as if the mouth of this creature dipped too low into the pool of obsidian it waded in, and spat as it croaked its haunting plea. Hello? I cry out before I can think not to, but it's too late. I want to shut the door now, more than I've ever wanted anything, but every fiber of me is begging, praying that this can all be explained, and so I step back out into the patio. Like an idiot. The rocks press into my surely bleeding feet, and I reach them behind me, and scrape them against the lip of the doorway to clear them from the pits they have dug into me. They rock with pain again, and one is stuck, drilled into my foot. I aim to dig it out, but I am moving again. There is no response yet, and I'm to the table, and here I stop. Hello? Is someone out there? My words have very little to echo off of aside from the house behind me, and so my cry feels sterile, like I am on the moon, or at the very least, very utterly alone. But I am not alone. I take one more step, arriving at the hedge, and I want to ask again because I want this to be explainable. I want this to be a case of me getting worked up over nothing, or someone actually needing help, or a prank. Oh God, I would be so happy if this were nothing but a prank. But that ship sails, and hope topples, because when I hear the voice again, it is my voice. It's my own voice, coming from not my body, and it's right now, talking to me. Hello, not me says. The word is even, barely accented, foreign on the tongue of its speaker, and before that alone has time enough to break my resolve, I can hear the sound of water falling and breaking as whatever is just beyond the hedge, whatever is no more than 3 or 4 feet away from me, begins to stand up out of the water. Hello, it offers again, but I'm already running towards the door. More rocks dig into my feet and are carried with me into the house, where I pull the sliding door closed like there's a bear on the other side. I no more than have it locked. A bead of sweat breaks rank on my brow and slides down my nose, when the sharp and sudden tink of something hitting the plate glass causes my heart to stutter and spark painfully out of time. Tink, tink. 2 more projectiles collide against the door, and my mind goes to the pebbles on the patio. I double-check the lock, twisting the latch to the point of aching, trying to lock it harder, lock it more. There's another tink, followed by 2 more in quick succession, and when I look past the glass boundary in front of me, the hedge is morphing, stretching around something that is pushing its way through. Scrambling, nearly falling, I rush for the front door and find it's not locked either. How am I so fucking stupid? But I lock it and thank God that this door has a deadbolt I can use. The latch on the sliding glass suddenly seems like a joke, and I wish it were 3-inch thick steel. I wish there were no door there at all. Tink, tink. The door in the living room is alight, and I want to run straight upstairs, but I have to get my phone. I have to call the police. Tink. It's right there by my computer, maybe 10 steps there and back. But the tinks are getting louder and closer together. The urge to yell and wake Kristen surfaces, but I'm too afraid to make a sound, to announce myself. My breath is a full shudder now, quaking and creaking in and out of my lungs in short blasts, when I decide to turn the corner and make a run for it. I turn my head around the corner first, waiting for a lull in whatever is throwing rocks at my door like I was waiting for an enemy to reload. Tink, tink. I can see my phone sitting next to my laptop, but it might as well be a mile away, because I can also see out into the shadowy yard beyond, where something was crawling. No, not crawling, but dragging itself across the bricks with its legs. Are those legs? Dragging lifelessly behind it. Its arms. Are those arms? Were locked upright, or possibly didn't have elbows to bend at all, or perhaps it had dozens of elbows, and they were all locked in a dogged and hellish drive to drag itself right to my door and right to me. As it got closer, I could see the water shimmer on its sickly gray skin. What other features it might have had were obscured in the darkness. There was no moon, but I swore I could make out the texture of hair, or very coarse fur, or possibly even scales. The blackness of the yard made it appear to be slicked with crude oil that dripped viscous and slow, from its body in long black trails across the patio. With a surprising balance, it bent one arm, or rather coiled it, up to its mouth and withdrew something that it swung with a full wind at the window. Tink! I jumped as it made contact with the glass and watched with cold blood as it reached back into its mouth and crooked its neck to again prise something from its maw. It swung its arm in a windmill fashion again, and the object that struck the window cracked against the glass, fell, and bounced lightly on the brick below. I followed it with unblinking eyes as it dropped and rolled a few inches in a circular pattern, but couldn't make it out, or didn't want to make out what I was seeing. It looked long and conical, tapering to a needle's point at one end, and all at once, the wounds on the soles of my feet sent a dizzying signal of pain and realization that finally allowed me to look away. I slid back around the corner, holding my body tight against the wall, lifted one foot, and picked at the rocks embedded in my heels. They sang in agony as my fingers studied for them, and when I found the first one, seeping blood as I had suspected, it was a live wire. My nerves sang, but I pinched the tips of my fingers around one that was sunk deep into the muscle, and it pulled out in a long, smooth track. Shaking from the pain, I brought the object closer to my face to inspect it in the ambient light from my laptop from the room next door. Tink! It did not look or feel like a rock. It was maybe half an inch long, polished smooth, jagged at one end, and terrifyingly sharp at the other. I pricked my finger at its point to test the edge when the dawning fear that this was not a rock took hold. This was not a rock at all. This was a tooth. This was a fang. Whatever that thing was out there, it was ripping its own needly fangs from its skull and throwing them at the door. Tink, tink. Fuck my phone. I darted up the stairs, but halfway up my path, the blood from my foot denied me traction on the hardwood steps, and I slipped and tumbled down hard. My head racked against the post holding the handrail and landed with a concussive thud against the linoleum entryway floor. The fang on the ground bounced and rattled beside me as I dropped, and when I opened my eyes, I could hear scraping on the glass door, like teeth on a chalkboard. I look upstairs, expecting to see the bedroom light flick on, but Kristen remains miraculously asleep, so I shout, "Kristen! Kristen!" Tink, 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 tink. "Kristen! Kristen, wake up!" Tink. Outside, the creature screams in my own muffled voice. Krist. Tink, tink. "Kristen, wake the fuck up!" My voice breaks to a squeak on fuck, and it rips at my throat. Outside, the creature moans. "Kristen, Kristen, wake." The door rattles, the lock holds, but the not me scrapes at the door with squealing nails, and I begin to cry. I try to stand, but my head is wheeling and my leg suddenly blazes with pain, and I cannot move it. "Kristen!" I'm sobbing, and the door rattles with violent bangs now. The lock clutches at its latch with increasing strain, the metallic hammering of its catch pinging and cracking over and over. "Kristen! Kristen! Wake up!" The not me wails. I pull my body the rest of the way down the stairs on my elbows. My knee explodes in pain that lightnings all the way up my leg every time my foot falls to the next step, and I mule with every movement. When I am finally down, sweating profusely now, I spin around as carefully but as quickly as I can and begin to try and pull myself up the stairs backwards. Kristen has her cell phone up there, and if I can get up there, if I can just make it up there and bang on the door, and hopefully wake her comatose ass up, then we both might just live to see another fucking day. With my one good leg, I push against the wall and try to reach up the handrail, but my world is spinning around me, and my eyes can't focus on anything for more than a few seconds before my stomach turns, and I have to squeeze them shut again to keep from retching. "Kristen! Kristen!" the not-me exclaims again with growing excitement as I opt to roll over on my stomach and climb up the stairs. "Kristen! Kristen, wake! Kristen, wake!" I reach my hand up as many steps as I can and pull on the lip of the board with as much grip as I can, but my hand slips in my own fucking blood from my own fucking foot. I wince as I absent-mindedly attempt to wipe the blood from my hand on the pant of my bad leg and swiftly adjust to cleaning my hand on my shirt sleeve. Outside, the monster moans and slams at the glass in shrieking fits. Its voice is gravel and smoke again, churning and changing beneath a thick film of clotted mucus and filth. I push against the door with my good leg again and reach for the step. My fingers find enough purchase to hold on, but as soon as I try to give it even a fraction of my weight, it slips free again, and my leg screams, burns, electrifies. It's too fucking slick. Not me's voice is lifting high into a pitching scream, almost a lady's scream, and I'm shaking as I pull my shirt sleeve up again to try and clean my hands on it. Shaking from pain, shaking from fear, shaking from knowing that I could be about to die. However, when I look over at the sleeve with my hazing, darkening vision, everything suddenly stands still. My shirt sleeve is not clean, but it's not smeared with my blood either. And the step may have blood on it, but more than anything, I realize that what my hand is slipping in is not blood, but water. Pond water. I sink. The door rattles and either shatters or the latch breaks, or both by the time I put it all together. The front door was not locked. It was never locked. I was outside for so long before I heard the splash. The splash of the creature getting back in the water. The front door was unlocked, and Kristen may be a deep sleeper, but she's not asleep, and there is no moon. In the living room, I heard a sound like wet Velcro ripping apart, and two long, bloody fangs crack against the back wall to my left. I let myself slide all the way to the floor again, and weep. The carpet squishes and cowls as the creature drags its sopping legs, and before it rounds the corner, it utters one perfect impression of Kristen as it says, in a dull, even mimic, "Help." This may sound paranoid and strange, but I have a problem. I can't go near a mirror or any reflective surface without a terrifying encounter with my own reflection. It all started about a week ago. I had just returned home from work and was ready to settle down with a drink in one hand and my TV remote in another. I'm a bit of an introvert, so I don't go out much, and this is the perfect way I like to spend my evenings. My job, while not difficult in the least, is very taxing physically. I don't have anyone I would consider a friend, and my family all live out of state, so I get a lot of TV time in. After a couple hours of binge watching, I had ignored my bladder long enough and had to make a quick restroom run. Since the last episode ended in a great cliffhanger, I was in a hurry to get back. I will admit I was a bit tipsy at this point, but I know what I saw next was not due to any intoxication I was feeling. As I was washing my hands in the sink, I looked up at the mirror, and for the quickest of moments, my reflection was grinning at me. It was very brief, and it turned back into my look of confusion I was giving the reflection. It was almost as if I busted someone, but that someone was my own image reflecting back at me. I shrugged this off as my imagination and continued my Netflix binge fest. It was becoming very late, and I decided to head to bed after this episode. I pounded down the last of my drink and hit the off button on the remote. What I saw in the blurry reflection of my now powered down television sends chills up my spine just even explaining it here. I saw myself looking out from the TV and grinning ear to ear. My reflection was filling the entirety of the screen, yet I was across the room. The smile that was directed at me was not benevolent. The sight of this hit me as I yelled out instinctively, "What the hell?" I yelped as I ran into the kitchen. I stood in the kitchen with my hands on my hips for several minutes, attempting to work up the courage to walk back into my living room and assess what I had just seen. After a good deal of pacing, I slowly walked back into the sight of my television and my reflection looking normal. I peered into the TV almost as if I was looking into a window, looking for some kind of clue. Nothing. My scared and perplexed reflection was all that looked back at me. I went to bed that night with a strange feeling, but I managed to get to sleep. I woke up the next morning in a bit of a haze from last night's round of drinks. I had the entire weekend off from work, but as I began to remember the strangeness from the night before, I decided I'd take a break from further inebriation this weekend. "Ugh, what is wrong with you?" I said to myself as I made my way to the kitchen to make some coffee. Even though I was alone, I felt a bit embarrassed about my previous night's antics. I continued my day with breakfast and more streaming. Several hours had passed, and I had put last night's event out of my mind. This didn't last long, however. I had to make a trip to the store for a few essentials. A flash of anxiety fell over me as my thumb moved to the off button on my remote. With one eyebrow raised, I watched my TV flicker off. Nothing. My reflection was me, and there was no grinning or strange looks from my reflection. I sighed in relief as I stood up to make my way to the door. My relief ended quickly, though. As I moved to grab the doorknob on my front door, the reflection from it showed me something terrifying. My reflection in the doorknob was running towards me, as if to attack. My reflexes kicked in with the sudden sight, and I turned around quickly, falling to the floor. I slammed the back of my head against the door. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa," I screamed uncontrollably. I took a quick glimpse around to an empty living room. I began to realize what happened last night may have been real after all. I got to my feet and quickly opened my front door with my eyes closed as to not see my reflection. I made my way to my car, still shaken from what just occurred. As I fumbled with my keys to unlock my car, a strange feeling wafted through me. I slowly looked up to my car window. The same evil grin of my reflection peered back at me. This time, it wasn't hiding it. It was almost as if the reflection was happy I had found it, and it knew how to frighten me. With eyes bulging, I slowly backed away. The grin from whomever or whatever this was did not stop. It continued to stare at me in delight. Who are you? What do you want from me? I asked as I struggled to get out the words. No response, no movement. It just continued to stare and grin. I panicked and quickly opened my car with this thing staring at me. I plopped in my front seat and closed my eyes. This isn't real, I yelled to myself. Whatever this is just in my head. Don't think about it, don't acknowledge it. I continued pleading with myself. I opened my eyes to see my reflection once again in my rearview mirror. It was shaking its head as if to say, "You're wrong. I'm here and I have you." One panicked swipe from my hand sent the mirror to the car floor. I began crying in fright. What was this? Am I losing my mind? Am I going insane? This felt like much more than a hallucination. I sat in my car for 20 more minutes, then decided to make my way to the store. I still needed to attempt to live my life. Whilst shopping, I deliberately avoided looking at any reflective surface. As a child, I was a bit socially inept, and having a breakdown in public would absolutely revive some of those memories of being teased and picked on. "How's your day going so far, sir?" the cashier asked me politely as he rang through my items. I looked up at him to answer. I shot back in a knee-jerk reaction, knocking over products behind me. In the reflection of the clerk's glasses, I saw it. It let out a silent laugh as it was seemingly amused by my reaction. I tried to ignore it. I'm sorry, I'm just not feeling too well today," I said, attempting to cover up my actions. "Is there anything we can get you from the pharmacy?" he asked, attempting to help. "No, this is something that can't be helped," I timidly said with my eyes trained forward, attempting not to look in the clerk's eyes. Looking back, I regret this comment, because the look he gave me was a reminder of the strange child I used to be. I made my way home with my newly purchased goods. Again, I avoided anything that could house that evil thing that was seemingly amused at what it was doing to me. I sat on my sofa as soon as my groceries were put away and stared into my blank television set. It was normal. My own reflection was looking back at me. No evil grin, no attempts to scare me. "What do you want?" I sternly said to my powered-down television. I was slowly coming out of my fright and entered a more frustrated mood. "Is this amusing to you? Huh? To frighten me? Show yourself," I commanded my reflection. Nothing. I was watching myself in the reflection of my TV scold whatever this thing was. I threw my remote on the floor in frustration and stood up. I paced for several minutes in anger. I was fed up. This thing knew how to manipulate me, and it was getting a kick out of it. Why me? I asked myself under my breath. Why does it want me? I walked into my bathroom to confront this being in the first place I saw it. There I was, staring at my own reflection in a combination of anger and fright. "I won't let you scare me anymore," I instructed my reflection. Nothing again. "You have no power over me. You can't hurt me. All you can do is startle me, that's it," I demanded to the mirror. Nothing still. I stared at myself in the mirror. My reflection still had my movements. It was reacting in sync with everything I did. Perhaps this thing had gone away. It had its fun, and I was now useless to it. It got the fright out of me that it needed. I wish this was true. As my stare continued, my reflection changed slowly. When I say changed, I mean its form began to dissipate. It was turning into an almost silky-looking black mass. It was hovering in the mirror, no form besides the black, twisted mass that was in front of me. I stared in disbelief. From the middle of the dark mass, something started to form. As it grew, I recognized it quickly. It was the grinning teeth I'd seen in my terrifying reflections before. Except, this wasn't my grin. Its smile was wider than any human could attempt, and more menacing. Slowly, 2 eyes began to appear above the toothy grin. The eyes, those eyes, were pure evil. I fell to the floor in terror. "Go away! I hate you! Get out of here!" I screamed in a terrified, high-pitched voice. It began to laugh at me. I could not hear it, but it was laughing hysterically at me. I've dealt with being laughed at my whole life, but nothing could have prepared me for this. I closed my eyes tight as it continued its laughter. I put my hands over my eyes in terror and began sobbing once again. Several minutes had passed, and I looked up timidly. It was gone. All I could see was the bare wall of the bathroom in the reflection. I slowly stood up, revealing myself in the mirror. In a defeated walk, I left the bathroom and made my way to my bedroom. I laid down and stayed in bed the rest of the day. Since this day, I continue to see this thing in my reflections. Out of the corner of my eye, it will run at me, startle me. It tries to claw at me and laughs when I jump back. I can feel it staring at me with that grin, that evil grin. As I'm writing this, it's staring at me. It's waiting for its next opportunity to frighten me, to torture me. It stares from the reflections in my phone, my computer screen, door handles, water. Anywhere I have a reflection, it lives. It sometimes doesn't want to startle me. It just stares and stares as if it's obsessed with me and feeds off my fear of it. If this happens to you, know that you're not alone. My reflection stares at me too. It's always there, and it wants you to know it. Try watching your reflection from the corner of your eye. Does it do anything beyond your own actions? If it does, you have my pity, as I now have yours. Log number 1. Hello to whoever finds this. This is day 1 of my winter vacation at my new cabin, January 6th, 2004. I will be adding to this voice log every day I get the chance. There has been some missing persons around here, so I should leave something behind if I go missing. Anyway, day 1 over. Log number 2. Hello, this is the 5th day of my winter vacation at my cabin, January 11th, 2004. Didn't do much this week. Chopped some wood, stayed warm, cooked some food. I'll check in a few days. Log number 3. Hello, this is the 7th day of my winter vacation. Fuck the date. I don't care enough. I fished, I slept, but I'm still somehow tired. The wood stack I had outside fell, but nothing spooky happened. I got angry for some reason and punched a wall. I hit it so hard the wood stack fell. My hand hurts now. Log number 4. Hello. It started snowing today. It's getting pretty thick out there. I'm glad I brought the firewood into the cabin. I may not be able to do my log for a while. See you later. Log number 5. It has been 15 days since the last time I did a log. It's still snowing. It's up to my windows by now. My power has been out for a while, but I have a sunroof and I've been charging things with a small solar panel. The roof is too tall and too slick for snow to build up, so I'm good. For now. Log number 6. I saw someone outside the sunroof, but it turns out it was just a bird's shadow. I'm very, very, very bored. The only noise I can hear is the snow hitting the roof and the fire crackling. I fucking swear I'm gonna go insane. Log number 7. I heard taps on the window that's covered with snow. When I checked the window, all the snow that had been stacking on the window for days was gone. I didn't see anyone in the window, just heard the tapping while I was asleep. Tapping. Log number 8. I heard it again. Tapping. Every time I try to look after I wake up, it's gone. But it leaves every time I look. I can't fucking take it. I'm gonna go insane. Log number 9. I looked at it. I could see its teeth, bloody, sharp, but I could not see anything else. It was just a shadow. I don't think it saw me, but I'm not taking any more risks. Log number 10. I heard something. I know it was not the tapping. The thing stopped doing that a day or two ago. I heard voices, several, and crackling like a fire outside of my window, a couple dozen yards away. The voices were talking about something, but I was not able to tell what about. I heard a lot of laughing, but it stopped around midnight. Log number 11. It's trying to get in. I can hear and see the doorknob moving. You fuck, get away or I'll shoot. It stopped. It stopped. I'm leaving tomorrow. I can't take this anymore. Log number 12. It's tapping. I'm looking right at it, and it's still tapping, looking at me with those gray eyes. I can't take it. I can't. This will be my last log. I called the police. This is Jim Richards, January 39th, 2004. Goodbye. Police report on the snow fever killings. It seems that some lost campers ended up outside of the cabin of one Jim Richards. When we arrived, we found the bodies of 4 people. One was Jim, 3 of them campers. We found that one of the campers was still alive. They said that when they found the cabin, they tapped on the window. When they didn't get a response, they set up camp. For a few nights after that, they would tap on the windows to check. Eventually, they stopped. After a while, they tried to open the door, but heard the yelling of the owner and backed down. The next night, they tried to tap on the glass, but Mr. Richards shot at them. We found some voice logs in the cabin, and we hope to gain more evidence from them. I park my Camaro and headed toward the shabby bar. A blue neon sign looms over the entrance reading Mermaid's Den. The notes on my phone indeed confirms this should be the place. The scent of booze, cigars, and depression litters the air as I walk inside. Dozens of men are sitting in their seats, all of them troubled individuals seeking to drown away their sorrows in the comfort only liquor can bring. Looking around, I notice a bartender waving at me. We exchange pleasantries as the bartender offers me a martini. I decline. Mermaid Den is a sort of reprieve, a final checkpoint before heading down to Sorrow Ridge. There's never a shortage of broken-hearted men here, but women don't come often. I just want to see her again. The man's smile fades away at the sincerity of my tone. He scratches at his head and lets out a sigh. You have resolve that's absent from the rest of the guys here. Unfortunately, your resolve is misplaced. I'm sure you've done your research, probably gone through a deluge of rituals in hopes of getting back what you lost. But you can't reclaim what has already been taken from this world. Cry, let all of the pain in your soul out, then head back home and get on with your life. You look young, don't let Sorrow Ridge be your end. My feet hang off the edge of the dock, hand splayed out looking at the glimmering rock upon my finger. Murky depths yawn below as I await her arrival. A melodic hum drifts into my ears and the water ripples. Finally, beads of water cling to her skin like pearls that glimmer in the moonlight. No words were spoken from her, except for the entrancing hum that bubbled out of her throat. Yet for some reason, my fingers were cold and clammy. A storm of doubt begins to congregate in my mind, even though I had been so certain moments prior. The bartender's words echo in my mind. This wasn't her. What I was looking at was an impersonation of my wife. To plummet into the water and hug this thing would be to forfeit my soul. No, I didn't want that. A flicker of darkness binds me and my vision spins. I thrash as the icy pinpricks of death bit into my flesh, submerging me in a tepid prison of water. When I resurface, Sarah, or rather what's impersonating her, is a mere few inches away. Its skull was far too elongated to be Sarah. Eyes a hollow, milky white, grin stretched so wide I could see its jagged teeth stained with sanguine tar. The blaring melody turned into discordant wails of terror as the creature's gnarled fingers caressed my face. There was no escaping. I knew this was to be my end, but I couldn't help but blurt out one last thing before succumbing to my fate as prey to this siren. Sarah, please forgive me. I'm sorry. Being fresh out of college with only a few $100 to my name, I was desperate for work. So the job as winter caretaker at the Finch Lighthouse seemed like a lifesaver. I got to stay there for 3 months. All power, water, heat, food bills would be paid by the owner, and I would be paid a 4-digit sum. Too good to be true, you might say. Finch Lighthouse was a sort of architectural landmark in my town. The town founder, something Finch, had built it, and it had turned our town into a popular harbor. Tourists visited the lighthouse now and then, and it was one of the only major attractions in town. So keeping it in good condition was important. The actual job was pretty easy. Keep the place clean, and make sure that none of the historical artifacts were broken or stolen. The artifacts in question were just an old captain's hat that had belonged to Finch, a diary from the lighthouse keeper in 1893, and the statue. The statue was supposedly carved by Finch himself, and allegedly a valuable antique. It was carved out of some type of greenish-gray rock and depicted a mermaid sitting on a rock, playing a flute and looking wistfully into the distance. The other caretaker was a guy about 5 years older than me. His name was James, and despite our age difference, we clicked pretty quickly. Those first 2 weeks were a lot of fun. As soon as we'd finished the day's cleaning, we did pretty much whatever we wanted. We watched a lot of football and drank more beer than I care to remember. All in all, a lot of fun. Things started getting weird during the 3rd week. James woke me up earlier than usual one morning, telling me that someone had stolen the statue. I shot out of bed. If he was right, then we were in deep shit. We raced each other to the living room and found the statue, sitting where it always did. Not a fan of being woken up early, I gave James the stink eye. "How much did you drink last night?" "I'm sorry, Fred. I swear, it was missing when I came down this morning." "Well, it's there now. You just glanced over it." "It's so weird." I gave him another stink eye as I went to make coffee. For 3 days life was normal, though James paid a little more attention to the statue. Things started getting out of hand during the 4th week. It was around 3 in the morning, and I was awoken by a loud sound coming from downstairs. Thwack, thwack, thwack. I looked over at James's bed, wanting to know if he heard it too. He wasn't there. I threw on my robe and raced downstairs, thinking that someone was breaking in. What I found was slightly more disturbing. James was sitting on the couch, a baseball bat in his hand, watching the statue. Creeped out by the situation, I lightly touched his shoulder. He whirled around, eyes wide, holding the bat above his head, looking like he was going to bring it down on my skull. I covered my face, fell to the floor, and scooted back, bracing for impact. It never came. He looked at the bat, looked at me, and realized what he almost did. He turned white and held out a hand to help me up. I didn't take it and got up on my own. I had a dream. The mermaid, she was calling me, telling me that I'm so sorry. Just shut up. I said it much harsher than I intended. But I was so done. I just climbed the stairs and went back to bed. We didn't really hang out anymore. No more watching football, no more drinking together. Something had broken between us. I just wanted to get the next 8 weeks over with and never see him again. I got my wish sooner than I expected. It was on a stormy night in the middle of our 6th week that he finally snapped. I was sitting at the table playing solitaire when he came in, hands practically glued to his head, looking like he was in pain. "Tell her to stop." I sprang up. "What's wrong?" The flute. I can hear it. I don't want to, but I hear it. She won't leave me alone." If I was creeped out before, It was nothing compared to now. James was really losing it. He had cabin fever or something. I needed to get help, but I couldn't let him get violent. The last thing we needed was him aiming a bat at my head again. I tried to make my voice sound soothing. "Hey James, don't worry. I'm going to make a call and see if we can get someone to make the music stop." He grabbed me by the shoulders. His eyes were wide as possible, and I could see that there wasn't a shred of sanity left in him. "I have to get away from her." He let me go and whirled around. His eyes rested on the window. I can still see it all too clearly in my memory. He just bolted. He didn't slow down when he hit the glass. Lightning illuminated the sky as James jumped into the sea. The police were there in about an hour. I told them everything, and they ruled it as a suicide driven by insanity. The owner was contacted. As long as I would agree to stay until 2 replacements could be found, I would receive full pay. As soon as they had collected the body and finished getting my statement, they all left. I watched their cars pull away and disappear into the stormy night. As I looked out the shattered window, I thought I heard something in the distance, almost like a flute. I started paying more attention to the statue. The thing that isn't there. That's what me and my sister always called it growing up. The thing that isn't there. It was partially a joke, and partially our way of acknowledging that no one would ever believe us, no matter what we did. I only have a faint memory of us in the garden on that first day it spoke to us. We were probably 5 or 6, digging at worms and pretending we were helping make rows for our mother's tomato plants, when we really just wanted an excuse to root around and throw dirt at each other. That's when we heard it.
Play, please. Please play.
Me and Juliet looked around at the same time, and seeing no one else there, we stared at each other. We were fraternal twins and very close, but we normally didn't have any freaky twin telepathy. That day, though, I think we both knew from the start that something was very wrong. We told our mother, of course, but she just laughed it off. She tried to act like it was an imaginary friend we'd made up, and when we kept on, she threatened to not let us play outside without supervision if we couldn't be big girls and not make up stories. We glanced at each other, and then agreed we must have just made it up. The next day, we heard the voice again. It was so soft and delicate that it felt like the words were just being carried along on the breeze, passing between us as we walked along a wooded trail behind the house.
Play, please. Please play.
We both froze for a moment, waiting for further noise or some sign of who or what the voice was coming from. But there was nothing. We started walking again, this time a bit faster.
Play, please. Please play.
The voice sounded a bit louder now, a bit closer. I think I almost ran, but then I saw Juliet picking up a rock. I didn't know what she was going to do with it at first, maybe try to hit the invisible thing with it. But then she caught my eye, gave me a nod, and tossed me the rock. It was a slow arching underhanded throw, and I still barely managed to catch it. I wasn't sure what she wanted me to do with the rock, but seeing her outstretched palm, I made my best guess and tossed it back to her. We did that back and forth a handful of times when the voice broke the wood's silence again.
Good. Good.
From then on, we rarely went more than a month or two without the thing that isn't there coming around. Or maybe it was always there, silent and invisible and watching. Either way, when it spoke, it always said the same thing in the same breathy, barely there voice.
Play. Please. Please play.
And once we played a game for a minute, it would fall silent again, seemingly satisfied. Over the years, we tried to convince our parents from time to time or make our friends understand. Everyone always thought it was a weird joke or that we were just lying. The couple of times we got really upset about it, our parents would humor us for a short time, but it always ended with them being patronizing and giving us restrictions for a while in the name of helping us to settle down. What it actually did is teach us that no one was going to believe us, and that all we had was each other. That being said, for the most part, it wasn't that big of a deal. We got used to the thing being around, strange as that might seem, and it never tried to hurt us or anything. Okay, that last bit isn't exactly true, I guess. When we were 14, we went through a period where we decided we weren't putting up with it anymore. We were going to ignore whatever the thing that isn't there was, and hopefully it would just go away. And when it came the next time, that's exactly what we did. It asked us to play for over an hour, its voice getting stranger and rougher every time it asked. When it stopped talking after the 5th try, we thought we'd won, but by that night we realized our mistake. We started throwing up, having chills, running a fever and aching all over. Our parents thought it was the flu, and at first so did we. But after the 2nd day of misery, I thought about the thing that isn't there, about us ignoring it and how it might not have liked that. So I crawled out of bed and rooted around in my closet before going to Juliet's room, sleeping fitfully. When I approached the bed and shook her, she woke up quick enough, and when she saw what I had in my hands, she scooted over to make room for the checkerboard, and we began to play. We were well again within the hour. I'm 32 now, and for the last 14 years, I've been free from it. When I moved away from home, the thing apparently decided to stay with Juliet instead, because I haven't heard a peep from it ever since. I would have probably convinced myself it was all just made up bullshit from when I was a kid, but every time I talk to my sister, she brings it up, about how it still comes around, maybe even more now than it did when we were younger. She never says it, but I can hear the fatigue and resentment in her voice. It hangs between us, the unasked question of why she got saddled with this thing for life, instead of me. Except, as it turns out, that burden didn't last too long. Last month, Juliet was killed in a freak accident of some kind out in Nevada. Our parents won't tell me everything, but I learned enough to know something fell from a building under construction and killed her as she was walking nearby. It's devastated my parents, and while I didn't talk to her every day anymore, not even every week, I still feel like a big part of me has just been ripped away. And what came back to me? Well, that's why I'm writing this all down, because yesterday, the thing that isn't there spoke to me again for the first time since I was 18. 1 month to the day of when a 2-ton steel girder somehow broke its welds and fell 200 feet at a sharp angle and long distance to crush my sister like an ant being speared by God. Its voice is coarser now, deeper, but still somehow wispy and ill-defined, like a breath of poison flowing into my ear. I recognized it right away, even though the words were different this time.
Die. Please. Please die.
I received my first Valentine when I was 6 years old. It was a commercial card, bubblegum pink, decorated with bright cartoon animals. There was no envelope, no note, just a brief message scrawled on the back in shaky handwriting. To Amelia, with love and worry. My parents guessed it was from Bobby Everett, a boy my age who lived down the street. I was skeptical and found it unlikely that 6-year-old me was the object of any boy's affection. At that age, I seemed all elbows and scraped knees. I liked my hair short, and you were more likely to find me in scuffed overalls than dresses. When I confronted Bobby in class that week, he confirmed my doubts by sticking out his tongue and telling me he'd rather eat bugs than kiss me. I left him with a black eye for that last part. The identity of my Valentine remained a secret. I received a second Valentine the following year. It was another card, white this time with floral edges. There was no message on the back, only a dark red smear in the shape of a heart. I assumed it was crayon or lipstick, but my parents looked deeply uncomfortable and threw the Valentine away immediately. Another year, another Valentine. When I opened the mailbox that third year, there was no card. Only a small object topped by a red silk bow. It was an index finger. The nail painted a brilliant blue. We'd gotten a lot of snow that February, so it took me quite a while to trudge back to the house, boots sinking deep into the fresh powder with every step. I showed the finger with its little bow to my mom, not sure what to make of it. She screamed and got my dad. Then the police came. I remember it all as a whirlwind of concerned faces and adults whispering. I was not allowed to collect the mail myself anymore. It didn't matter though. My Valentines continued to find me year after year. They would show up in unusual places. One year there was a card containing a picture of me while I slept. I found the card under my pillow. I didn't tell my parents. I tore it up and threw it away myself. Another year, I walked outside to find the mangled remains of a blue jay on our welcome mat. Someone had torn the wings off the bird. Mom and Dad blamed the dead animal on our cat, but I knew the blue jay was from my Valentine. I found the wings later that night, placed in my dresser drawer, tied together with a red silk ribbon topped in a bow. I vividly remember the year I turned 16. That was when my parents finally decided to move. My grim Valentines had gotten stranger and stranger. Some years there were multiple. Well, it feels weird calling them gifts, but that's what they were. It didn't matter what we did or where my parents looked. My secret admirer always found a way to hide his Valentines somewhere I would find them. Dead roses placed on my nightstand, a skinned rabbit hanging in the garden, a mason jar half filled with blood. The jar was still warm when I pulled it from where my Valentine had hidden it in my fridge. I remember the way the glass caught the light, reflected it back scarlet. I poured the blood down the drain and threw away the jar before my parents could find it. Then I went to the bathroom and threw up. It wasn't the jar or the rabbit or the roses that caused us to move, though. The final straw for my parents was the eyes. I found those on my windowsill, on the inside. The eyes were there when I woke up, pointed towards me as if they were watching me sleep. They seemed watery, cleanly removed, and the irises were as green as a summer field. I remember thinking the eyes looked sad, which is impossible to tell without a face for context. But the impression stuck me then and has stayed with me since, even all of these years later. Usually I tried to hide my Valentines to avoid upsetting my parents, but that year I couldn't help myself. I screamed when I saw the eyes. It was something about the way they seemed to watch me, or maybe it was the knowledge that whoever was giving me these gifts every year had been in my bedroom that night, had placed the eyes just so, and picked green irises so similar to my own. The scream brought my parents, already so on edge that time of year. There were police again, more calls and questions without answers. I sat on the couch while they talked and worried and moved about the room. When the police turned to me and asked if I had anything to add, I told them everything. I told them about the other Valentines I'd hidden or thrown away before my parents could see, about the jar in the fridge, the picture under my pillow. It felt like a confession, like I was an accomplice in a way, covering the tracks of my admirer. But my parents didn't blame me. They knew I was only trying to spare them pain. We began packing immediately and moved 3 states over by April. I was sad to leave my school, but I loved our new house. It was nestled in a quiet cul-de-sac, in the middle of a gentle half-acre of yard draped by willows. Our first year there was wonderful. Then February 14th came around again, and again I received a Valentine. I was 17 then and refused to stay afraid of opening the mailbox. When I peered in that morning, there were no letters, no cards or messages. Inside of the mailbox was a human heart, wet and red. It took every ounce of willpower in me to clean up that mess before my parents noticed. I didn't want to move again, to try to run anymore. Luckily, that year marked my final twisted gift. Maybe a heart was the last thing my Valentine had to give, or maybe they found someone else to admire. I lost touch with most of my childhood friends after the move, but I kept in contact with a few of them, including Bobby, the same Bobby that said he'd rather eat bugs than kiss me. We've been married for nearly a decade now. Our daughter Esme just turned 6 this year. I hadn't thought about my secret admirer in a long time, But I felt a deep chill when I opened our mailbox this morning and found a bubblegum pink card addressed to my daughter, to Esme, with love and worry. This job is typically very quiet. I took the graveyard shift because I have a second job during the day, so I use the majority of my time to catch some Z's and study. I recently went back to college to get a bachelor's in engineering. Nothing about this was supposed to be memorable. I figured I would be here for 2 semesters tops. It's been a little longer than that, but I still think I'll be out of here soon, and after what I experienced tonight, I'm determined to get away. As you might have guessed by now, we don't get many customers on this stretch of the turnpike. There's a lot of people who prefer to just speed on the main interstate, or truckers that have electronic equipment that lets them go past us without even so much as a horn toot. Most of my shift is spent just making sure that everyone obeys traffic laws, collecting a few dollars here and there from the motorists that likely just took a wrong turn. Half the time, I even let them through for free. I mean, come on, it's usually 2 a.m., and they are trying to get somewhere. No one wants to be distracted trying to find loose change. I expected the motorists that I met a few hours ago to be the same, nothing out of the ordinary. But something was off from the first vehicle this night. It was a family of 4. The dad was driving, and they seemed to be in a hurry to get past. 3:30, sir, I said after he pulled up to my window. He didn't even look me in the eye. The kids were unusually quiet, I thought, but then I shrugged it off. It was late and they probably had been traveling for a while. He passed me the exact amount and kept his eyes on the road ahead. "Where are you headed?" I asked. That seemed to trigger a reaction in the wife. She just blinked nervously like I had violated some kind of secret code. "Nowhere we haven't been before," the father said nonchalantly as he kept looking straight ahead. I considered dragging the conversation, but I didn't see any good reason why. Once they were gone, I didn't even look twice, but something about them stuck with me. A few hours later, another car came up to my window. This time it was 3 people inside. Now, maybe it was extremely late, but I swear it seemed like it was the same family. Except this time, one of the children was missing. I bit my lip as I stared at the parents, wondering if I was seeing things. It couldn't be the same people, I told myself, so I didn't bother with small talk and got their pay to let them past. This time, though, I did pay attention to a few details. Blue Ford Focus, New Hampshire plates, rear right tail light was out. It was time to take my break, so I wandered over to the rest stop about a mile away and grabbed a candy bar. The Ford was parked, and I saw the wife stepping out of the restroom. "Evening," I said with the tip of my hat. Just acknowledging her seemed to startle her, and she whispered something under her breath as she rushed back to the car. Then they backed up in a rush and zoomed off. I bit into my Snickers and glanced at the bathroom she had just stepped out of. Something told me to go in, but I ignored that little voice and went back to the toll booth. An hour passed and I slipped in and out of consciousness. A horn blared me awake and I snapped my eyes open to see the couple sitting at my window with their fee ready to pass. I was certain this time it was the same people. I had memorized that car. But where were the children? I had an uneasy feeling as I took their money. "Is everything all right?" I asked them both. They didn't even flinch this time, still focused on the road ahead. I hesitated for a moment, but then let them pass. This had to be my mind playing tricks with me. After all, the turnpike doesn't even meet up with the main highway for another good 30 miles. To get back on and then turn around just to come here again, it would take at least 4 hours. Plus, it would be lunacy. No one would waste that much gas going in circles. Still, something told me I should go check out the rest stop, so I used my lunch break to investigate. I saw their Ford was parked there already, but no one was inside the car. Then I saw the husband leaving the restroom and seemed surprised to see me there. "What are you doing to them?" I asked when we met eye to eye. "Nothing that hasn't been done before," he answered mysteriously as he got back in the car and drove off. I stepped toward the restroom, nervous to discover what might be inside. But just as I was about to go in, my cell phone chirped. I never get calls from my boss. But then again, I also didn't leave my post so frequently. After getting chewed out, I hurried back to the toll booth, but the restroom stayed on my mind. I was sure the husband would be back. Sure enough, he drove through solo about an hour later, but this time I didn't take his money. "You're not going anywhere until you tell me what you did to your family," I warned him. He still was looking toward the road, the money being offered for my silence, but I refused it. "Take me to them," I ordered. He didn't respond, but he parked his car and unlocked his doors. I knew it would likely be dangerous to go, but I just couldn't ignore the opportunity to discover the truth. I turned off my cell and hopped in, watching as we drove to the rest stop. The husband didn't say a word. He just got out and then started walking to the restroom before disappearing inside. I waited. 10 minutes passed, and then 15, so I got tired of waiting and went to see what was up. I was imagining finding all the corpses of this picture-perfect family inside, slaughtered by their psycho father. But the restroom was empty. None of them were there. Stranger still, when I got back out, the car was gone. I had to walk back to the toll booth. When I got back, I turned on my phone and found out from my boss that I'm going to lose this job because of my bizarre behavior. It's nearly the end of my shift, and I have gotten this empty feeling in my stomach. Something horrible happened to that family, and I have no idea what, but I think I'm about to find out. I see a shape moving toward me in the mist. It's the Ford. There is no one at the wheel. The car is simply driving itself and stopping at my toll booth. Then the doors unlock. It's telling me to get inside. Get inside and go find out for myself where they went. I suspect it's somewhere I have never been before, but it will be somewhere I will end up anyway. As strange as it sounds, I hadn't really wanted the doll at first. I mean, I was 7. According to Dad, I was too old for dolls. But as my aunt put it, Dad wasn't worth listening to on his best day. So I kept the doll and named her Connie. Connie was a pretty typical doll. Her arms, legs, and head were made of plastic. Her body was stuffed with cotton. She had long, loose, dark hair, and she wore an ankle-length red dress and black Mary Jane-style shoes. Not a Barbie or American Girl, but still well-made and fairly adorable. She even spoke when you squeezed her stomach. She had 3 different sayings: "I love you," "What do you want to do?" and a light-hearted giggle. Despite my initial dislike, she won me over fairly quickly. I mean, I didn't have anyone else to play with. Mom, Dad, and I lived in a trailer park for most of my early childhood. Mom worked as a bartender at a club, and Dad worked as a mall cop. Although I didn't know this at the time, Mom was an alcoholic and spent most evenings passed out on the couch. Dad wasn't an alcoholic, but he wasn't perfect. He was opinionated, to put it gently. If anyone had an opinion that he didn't agree with, he would shout or fight that person until they agreed with him. It was this little habit of his that had gotten him fired from the CPD and landed us in the trailer park, a little fact that my grandma shared with me later. I wouldn't call my parents abusive. At least they didn't hit me or starve me or anything, but they weren't very attentive. I can remember times when they wouldn't be home until past my bedtime, or times when they didn't get groceries until the fridge was literally empty, or once when I was stuck at school until 4 hours after it ended, because neither of them picked me up. And yes, Dad yelled at me for little things like spilling drinks or slamming doors. But I still loved them. Does that sound crazy? Anyway, my 7th birthday came and went. I expected my parents to take me to dinner, and they didn't. I expected cake and presents. None appeared. I expected them to acknowledge the day. Never happened. After school ended, the Friday after my birthday, my aunt picked me up and took me to a little pizza place in the city for a late birthday celebration. Just the two of us. That's where she gave me Connie, and if I'm being honest, that's when things started getting weird. Before I continue this story, let me explain something. My aunt, although I wasn't told this until later, had been trying to get custody of me for years. The fact that I was already living with my biological parents and that there was no evidence of them abusing/neglecting me kept her from succeeding. Practically every member of my family knew that I didn't have a great home life, and they had been trying to get me out of my parents' custody for years. Tells you a lot about the justice system, doesn't it? Anyway, on to the story. After my initial hesitance, I fell in love with Connie. I carried her everywhere except school, and played with her every second I could. She became something to comfort me when Dad was yelling or Mom was drinking. A reminder that I wasn't alone. It must have been a week after my pizza party with my aunt that Dad lost his job. He came home, chugged a bottle of Mom's whiskey, and slammed the bottle into the garbage. I had been watching after-school TV with Connie, and the sound of shattering glass made me jump. He whirled around and saw me, or rather, he saw me holding Connie. "What the hell is this?" He picked Connie up by the leg, dangling her out of my reach. Her dress and hair dangled down towards the floor, but she was still smiling. I stood up, trying not to cry, and explained that Aunt Judy had given it to me as a birthday present. He stared at me, as if trying to remember when my birthday was. Then, as if remembering that, yes, it had been my birthday over a week ago, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a quarter. He handed me the coin and Connie, and wished me a half-hearted happy birthday. Tears staining my face, I ran for my room. I laid on my bed, crying silently into my pillow. He'd scared me. He'd scared me so bad. I looked up when I was finished to see Connie sitting at the foot of my bed. I picked her up and squeezed her stomach.
Your daddy is mean. What do you want to do?
I paused. I hadn't heard her say that before. Still, I always felt better after talking to her. Daddy always yells. I wish he'd stop. I pushed her middle again.
I love you. I want what's best for you.
Another new phrase, I thought. I wish I could live with Aunt Judy. She never yells for no reason, and she's nice. I squeezed Connie again.
I love Judy, and I love you. I hate Mommy, and I hate Daddy. What do you want to do?
Had she always been able to say these things? I'd never seen her box. Maybe she could. I answered her question. I wish they would go away. I squeezed her again. She giggled. As weird as it sounds, I felt much better after I talked to Connie. Holding her tight, I went to see if Dad was still mad. He wasn't. He had a half-empty bottle in his hand and was laying on the couch asleep. I crept out of my room, grabbed a bottled water and a sleeve of saltines from the kitchen, and went back into my room. Connie and I had a picnic on my bedroom floor, and then went to bed. I could hear Mom and Dad yelling at each other as I tried to sleep. Eventually, I did. I woke up at about 3 in the morning. Instead of their yelling dying out and ending as they went to bed like it usually did, this time it had intensified. They were screaming obscenities at each other, him yelling about her drinking, and her screaming about his losing jobs, seeing other women. Then something weird happened. Dad said something along the lines of, "The duck?" That's when the screaming resumed, but it was so much louder this time, almost as if they were in intense pain. For 30 minutes they screamed. It scared me so much worse than their normal fighting, and I hid under the covers until it stopped. It was around that time that I noticed that Connie had fallen on the floor. I picked her up. She was still comforting. I darted under the covers again when I heard police sirens. I heard the sound of someone breaking down the door. There were muffled voices that I didn't recognize, and the sound of heavy boots marching through the trailer. I started weeping silent tears as the door to my room opened. The blanket was ripped off of my bed. I looked with terror into the eyes of a policewoman. "Miss, what's your name?" Laurie Manchester?" I hugged Connie closer to me. "And this is Connie." "Okay, we need to get you out of here. Listen carefully. I need you to cover your eyes and not look until I say so, okay?" "Okay." I squeezed my eyes shut and put my right hand over my eyes. I hugged Connie close to me with my left. The policewoman held my shoulder, guiding me through the trailer and out the front door. Though I couldn't see anything, everything felt very off. The other police officers stopped talking as I entered the room, but I smelled something weird, like metal. And why was the floor wet and sticky? I wasn't allowed to open my eyes until we were outside. They had surrounded the trailer with yellow police tape. I was led into the back of the police cruiser after the officer promised that I wasn't under arrest, and we sped away. I never saw the trailer park again. We went straight to the police station. I told them everything. They told us at school to always tell the truth to a police officer. They seemed interested in Mom's drinking and Dad's yelling. They were really interested in Connie saying things she wasn't supposed to. They asked if they could see Connie. I knew I could trust the police. That's what they said at school, so I let them see her. They took her into another room. After a long time, they brought her back. She felt a lot lighter, but she could still talk. They started asking me a lot of questions about Aunt Judy. After that night at the police station, I went to live with my grandma. She lived in an actual house, never drank or yelled, and loved to cook. She told me that my parents were dead, and tried her best to shield me from the truth of what happened that night. Over the years, however, through the news and kids at school, I eventually learned the full story. Aunt Judy had hidden a microphone in Connie, trying to get as much evidence as she could on my parents. Those weird new phrases Connie had said were actually my aunt talking to me. Apparently, she'd been out of her medication for a while, and our conversation had given her an idea. That night, she climbed into the trailer through my parents' bedroom window. Their yelling had drowned out the noise. She then proceeded to torture them to death with various tools from the kitchen. The neighbors had heard the screaming and called the cops. As disturbing as the story was, the murder wasn't the scariest part. My aunt, now convinced that she could be my legal guardian, had been ready to kidnap me and run away when the police pulled up. They found her fingerprints all over the crime scene and the microphone in Connie. She had retreated the way she came and had cleared her belongings and fled her apartment by the time the police got there. They still haven't found her. My cousin Annie was, throughout my childhood, a bully. She acted like a perfect angel around adults, but did a 180 as soon as their backs were turned. She stole other kids' toys, broke things and blamed others, made fun of others, particularly me, used blackmail to make other kids do what she wanted, and was just a little brat in general. I usually tried to just ignore her, but she took offense to this and just harassed me more. Luckily, I only had to put up with her once a year. My parents and I lived in Richmond, while Annie and her mom lived in LA. Every October, we would all get together to spend a week in a cabin, actually a 2-story house with full heat and electricity, in a forest in Montana. Even if Annie hadn't been there, I still wouldn't have liked going. That forest was dark, deep, and had something off about it. But my parents and aunt liked it so much that until I was 9, I had to go every fall. This is the story of that last trip my family ever took to that cabin. I first got the feeling that something wasn't right when I saw that the old farmer was sitting on the porch. The old farmer was the one we rented the cabin from every year, but he usually didn't show up until the last day of the trip to collect the renter's fee. Mom stayed in the car with me while Dad went to speak with him. I watched them as they talked. Dad looked unshaken, even a little amused. The old farmer, however, was dead serious. Looking back, I think he was scared. Dad was chuckling a little when he came back. I think that farmer is either getting old or loves a good ghost story. According to him, we need to cover all of the windows and turn out all of the lights before 10 tonight, or else the Witcher will come. He let out a fake maniacal laugh, followed by his real laugh. Mom laughed too. I smiled, but I was uneasy. I was still at the age when ghost stories seemed less fantastical and more factual. Before I could think any more on it, my Aunt Tara and Annie pulled up. My mom got out and ran to hug her sister, while Dad roped Annie and I into putting away suitcases and groceries. The rest of the evening was like the countless others we'd spent at that house. We ate a big dinner to celebrate being together, played 2 or 3 rounds of Go Fish, and then watched Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone again. During that time, Annie kicked me under the dinner table twice, and blaming me for kicking her, stole 3 of my cards when I went for a drink and played it off as a joke, and made me get snacks for her during my favorite parts of the movie, asking sweetly out loud when the adults were in earshot, and threatening me with blackmail under her breath. When the movie ended, it was 9:55. Dad, despite laughing at the farmer's warning, got up and started closing the blinds. My aunt asked what he was doing, and he repeated the farmer's instructions, grinning all the while. Mom spoke up. If you don't believe him, then why are you covering the windows? He is still technically the landlord. Do you want to tell people you got evicted by a crazy farmer? Dad laughed again, and finished covering the windows. Then, per the old farmer's warning, turned out all of the lights. I trudged up to my room and considered myself lucky that Annie hadn't been as bad as usual this year. Before I climbed into bed, I peeked behind the blinds and looked at the forest. I had never heard of anything called the Witcher, but there was no doubt in my mind that such a thing could exist in that forest. I shivered and climbed into bed. I was just about to fall asleep when a cold finger poked my nose. I gasped and shot up. It was Annie. She was grinning with a mischievous look in her eye. She pointed at the wall. She had written in my favorite purple glitter pen the word shit. We both knew that my parents would blame me for it and how much trouble I'd get in. "I'll help you wash it off if you come hiking with me." I stared at her like she was insane. It was freezing outside, and she wasn't a nature girl. I knew that she was planning something bad, but I had no idea what. I did know, however, that there was no way I could get out of it. If I said no, then she'd take my favorite pen and write more things on the walls, all of which would be blamed on me. I felt sick, but I agreed. I threw my coat on over my pajamas and put on my dad's boots. Annie had wrapped herself in her aunt's coat and had loaded the pockets with granola bars, bottled water, a flashlight, and 2 jump ropes. We crept out the front door, with Annie shutting it so I wouldn't make a sound. Then we set out. It had to have been at least 40 degrees out, maybe colder. I didn't know where we were going, but Annie seemed to know the way. Her flashlight cut through the dark like a knife, and she hummed a little as we walked. We took a break after a few minutes. In a rare moment of kindness, my cousin shared her granola bars and water with me. Despite everything that happened that night, I still like to think about that moment. I think it's the only good memory I have of my cousin. We walked for at least another hour. Finally, we came to a huge tree. It had to have had a circumference of 5 feet or more, and only heaven knows how tall it was. Annie walked up to it, placed her back onto the trunk, and looked up. "Whoa, Sarah, come try this." Maybe it was the fact that she shared her snack. Maybe it was because I knew she'd talked me into it. Or maybe it was because I knew she'd try something like this and wanted to get it over with. So I went over to the tree, placed my back onto the trunk, and looked up. All I could see were branches, and I was about to ask what was so interesting about it when she tied me to the tree. I'd completely forgotten about the jump ropes. She had planned to tie me up and leave me in the woods. She laughed at me as I struggled. I still don't know why she did it. Maybe, in her mind, this was the funniest joke in history. I started yelling for help, even though I knew no one could hear me. She smiled at me for a minute, then started to walk back, her flashlight guiding her. "You monster!" I screamed at her, called her every name I could think of. When I wasn't doing that, I was struggling. I was cold, so cold, and the rope wouldn't budge. I was panicking. Was I going to die? Had Annie wanted me to die? Why did she do that? Finally, in frustration and fear, I let out a wail. It couldn't have been a minute later when I heard a twig snap, then another, and another. They had to be footsteps. For one moment, I thought that Annie was coming back, that it was all just a joke. But then I listened closer. Those steps were way too heavy to be Annie's. And how could anyone possibly take such wide steps? I started struggling again, hoping that the ropes were thin enough to snap if I pulled hard enough. But I stopped struggling. I stopped breathing when I saw it. I didn't see it clearly. There wasn't enough light, and it stood too closely to the trees. But it was tall, taller than any adult I'd ever met. It was black, blacker than the night. It stank like rotted meat. It had 2 glowing orange eyes. It was shaped like a rubber doll that had been stretched completely thin. I knew, without even thinking, that this was the Witcher. and it took another step toward me. I struggled against the rope, tears streaming down my face, screaming like a banshee. Its arm pinned me to the tree, stopping my struggling. The other hand took my chin and forced me to look at it. I looked into those bright orange eyes, and I was calm, just like that. I was still cold, and I was still afraid, but I was calm. I watched as its blade-like claw cut through the ropes, freeing me. It took me into its arms, lifting me into the air. Then, the Witcher began to carry me through the woods. I was still scared. What was it going to do to me? Eat me? I tried to struggle. It looked at me, almost quizzically, then lifted one long, thin arm and pointed. I looked and saw Annie's flashlight. It was laying on the ground at an awkward angle, as if she'd dropped it, and it was still on.
The Witcher is a monster, but real monsters only consume real monsters.
His voice was utterly terrifying. I fainted. My mind simply couldn't take any more. I woke up on the porch of the house. It might sound crazy, but at first I couldn't remember anything that happened after Annie and I stopped at the tree. I decided that Annie had somehow tricked me into falling asleep on the porch and went in. The warmth of the house washed over me and reminded me of how tired I was. I ditched my dad's boots and walked up to my room, where I was treated to the sight of the shit on the wall. Not wanting to deal with it then, I moved my dresser to cover it up and practically belly flopped onto the bed. I woke up to police sirens and my parents telling me that Annie was missing. The police searched the forest all morning. They found a gruesome sight. When they told me she was dead, the events of the night before came rushing back, and I bawled. My parents comforted me, thinking I was crying because of Annie. After the funeral, people kept telling me that I'd taken my cousin's murder so well, and that they knew that her murderer would be found. So many years later, and they are still looking for Annie's murderer. Why am I telling this story now? Because yesterday was the 12th anniversary of her murder. Somehow a picture of the crime scene was leaked to the media. The body had, at that point, been removed. What the picture showed was the tree that Annie had tied me to that night. Written across the trunk in Annie's blood was a single word: Witcher. I like to kill. In fact, I like it very, very much. It all started on the day my mother murdered my father in cold blood. I saw it all, the knife going into his chest, his last gasps for breath. I watched my own father choke to death on his own spurting blood. I was but 12 years old at the time. My mother was never convicted, as they believed her when she said that he was an abuser and threatened to kill her and her young daughter on several occasions. I knew even then that she was full of shit. He was fucking one of his co-workers, and she had found out about it mere moments before she stabbed him in the heart. My mother was a very respected woman in the community and a non-threatening woman, so no one dares question her story. As I grew older, I started to experiment with small animals, inflicting pain upon them to see how long it would take for them to die of their injuries. One night in high school, my first boyfriend Greg and I were out at night, just driving around. He went to a secluded spot in the woods. At first I thought he simply wanted to kiss me, but then he locked all the doors from the inside. Thankfully, I had my knife on my person at the time. I stabbed the bastard to death and left his corpse to rot in his brand new car that evening. Surprisingly, I was not a suspect, as despite my DNA being picked up at the crime scene, it was simply assumed that it had more to do with me being his girlfriend at the time, and nothing more. I didn't go to his funeral and made up an elaborate excuse to tell his mother, complete with shaking and tears. It was easy, as growing up, I learned to feign emotion from my mother, who was by all accounts a high-functioning sociopath. She taught me well, and I inherited her flawless, sleek, and innocent appearance. It suited me well throughout the years, and even landed me a high-paying job and a nice house in the suburbs right out of college. I met a man my senior year. His name was Samson. He thought I was beautiful, and he was incredibly striking and highly intelligent. We married directly after college and moved in together. My mother liked him and liked that he was just smart enough, but not too smart for his own good. He earned a good living as a lawyer fresh out of college, and we were living well. We even had a daughter that I named Elle. She was a good, quiet baby, and is growing into a finely featured young woman. I can see the impulse within her too. A boy who had been relentlessly picking on her, mysteriously wound up with gashes across his face and broken ribs after playing at recess. Nobody knows what took place, but I do. My Elle was never suspected of doing anything, as she's just a sweet little girl. No way she would have done that. I nodded in agreement and took her out for ice cream after school. My first guitar lesson went badly. My fingers had blisters on them from squeezing down on the strings so hard, and my playing was always off time. If my sister hadn't bought me a guitar for my birthday, I never would have thought about taking lessons. The night was late and quiet as I approached the stop of the city's light rail. Part of me was happy it was deserted because I wanted to be alone, but part of me worried what creeps might be drawn from the shadows by a girl alone in the night. At least the stop was brightly lit. Soon I heard footsteps and tensed up. A figure did emerge from the shadow, but it was a young woman who smiled at me as she passed. I sighed with relief and smiled back. Not long after she sat to wait for the train, more footsteps came out of the night from the other direction. This figure startled her. It was a young man in a long woolen overcoat. He ignored me, but glanced at the woman before he leaned against a post and looked down at the tracks to see if a train was coming. The night was cool, so his overcoat wasn't that suspicious, but it still gave me the creeps. In the movies, men with long overcoats were not the good guys. Calm down, I told myself. Don't be prejudicial, but I thanked God the woman showed up before he did. At last, in the distance, I heard the dinging of crossing lights coming to life, signaling the approach of a train. I looked and saw the train's headlights gleaming like a ghostly apparition floating in the air. The woman stood and approached the tracks. The man stepped forward. I gathered up my guitar and bag. The train roared to a stop with squealing brakes. Because of the lateness of the night, it only had 2 cars. I entered through the rear door of the rear car as the woman entered through the forward door. The man held back until the woman entered, then he boarded. I sat in the back and the woman sat toward the front facing away from me. The man sat across the aisle on a side seat designed for handicapped people, facing her. We were alone in the car. The train chimed its warning bells and jerked into movement. I couldn't wait to get into bed, but I also dreaded going to bed. What did I have to wake up to in the morning? I slept in late every day because my shift at the call center started in the afternoon. Sleep, work, come home to four walls and the dreariness of living alone. At least the guitar lesson was a diversion from that grind. I checked my bag to make sure I had my keys, more out of OCD than a real possibility they weren't there. Then I checked my phone to see if there were any messages. Of course there weren't, but I did see the low battery light on. When I looked up, I noticed the man gazing intently at the woman, who stared out the window with earbuds on, oblivious to his attention. She was attractive, so I couldn't blame him for being interested. But there was something about the intensity of his gaze that unsettled me. Stalker, maybe? His eyes flicked toward me, and I averted mine. But my curiosity wouldn't let me look down for long, so I carefully peeked. He stared at the woman again. The train squealed to a stop, and the woman stood to exit. My station was still 3 stops away. I watched as discreetly as I could to see what the man would do. He waited for her to pass him and leave the car, then stood and followed her out. Now I was really concerned. I debated whether to get involved, but thought, what else did I have to do? Go to bed and oversleep from a mild case of depression? At least this was something, some excitement in my life. I stood and exited. Outside the train, I saw the woman walking down the sidewalk with the man following, maybe 40 feet behind. Yeah, this had to be a stalker. A surge of pride hit me as I followed them. We girls need to stick together, and I was on a mission to make sure the woman was okay. Maybe I was all wrong, and the man just happened to live in the same direction. But maybe something more troubling was in play. A part of me hoped that was true so I could be a hero. We crossed through a deserted parking lot, the man keeping a distance from the woman, and I keeping a distance from the man to not be noticed. She walked past the grocery store to a side street and continued along it, still unaware of the 2 people behind her. She headed for an apartment complex. The man followed her into it. Alarm bells went off inside me, but still, that wasn't too strange. It was a big complex, and maybe just a coincidence he lived there. I stopped at the corner of a building and peered at them as the woman approached the stairs to the next building. The man kept following. Each step he took toward her made me more certain he meant no good. He'd find out where she lived. Who knew what harassment he might do in the future with that information? She took the stairs down to the apartment on the lower level and rummaged for her keys. I expected the man to hide in the shadows, watching, but dread shot through me as he crept up behind her. He raised his hand high above his head, and I realized he held a wicked knife in it. The woman turned, her face contorted into what probably would have been a scream, but the knife plunged down into her chest, again and again and again. I lost count how many times. She slumped to the ground. He stood over her, somberly staring at her as she died, then climbed up the stairs with a satisfied look on his face. I turned and pressed my back against the wall where he couldn't see me. I was too shocked to think, and could only breathe heavily to calm down. Suddenly, I realized the neck of my guitar case was sticking out past the corner. Quickly, I pulled it back. My heart pounded, but surely he wouldn't have noticed that in the dark. I came to my senses and realized I needed to call 911. I set my guitar down and pulled my phone out, but when I turned it on, it beeped at me and shut off again. Damn, the battery was dead. Panicking, I looked around, desperate for a hint of what to do. Across the street was an abandoned gas station with a payphone attached to the sidewall on the corner. I couldn't believe something as archaic as a payphone was conveniently there for me, but I didn't waste time thinking about it. I ran, dropped my guitar and bag at the corner, pulled out my wallet and rummaged for a quarter, and glanced up and saw there was no phone. Only a loose cable sticking out that a phone had once been attached to. I grabbed the cable and yanked on it in frustration. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a brief glint of something flashing with reflected light. I turned and found the man nearly upon me with his bloodied knife above him. I grabbed my guitar case and swung it, bashing him on the side of the head. He stumbled back and fell, and I ran in a blind panic. I ran and ran. Thinking back, I realized how stupid I was to just run when there was a whole apartment complex of people whose doors I could have banged on for help. All I could think of was putting as much distance between me and the man as I could. Suddenly, I came to a stop and gazed at my empty hands. I'd left my guitar and bag behind. The guitar I didn't care about, but the bag had my keys and my wallet with my money and driver's license. I needed those things back. I retraced my steps and peered around the corner of a building toward the deserted gas station. The man was gone. The guitar case rested flat on the ground with my bag neatly set on top of it. That freaked me out, but I needed that bag. I gazed around looking for anything suspicious, then dashed to the gas station, grabbed my bag, and ran for my life. I ran until I came to the train station. Blessedly, a train was there waiting. I rushed to it, fearing it might leave before I got there. I made it, pushed the button that opened the door, climbed in, and sat in the back, trembling violently. I jumped when the bells chimed and the train moved into action. I was alone in the car. While I traveled to my stop, images of the murder flashed in my mind. The bloody knife swinging down, burying itself into her chest, swinging back up with blood dripping from it. Her contorted face, unable to let out the scream inside her. When my stop came, I hurried out and walked quickly down the street to my apartment building, scolding myself for ever getting involved. I should have just gone home and crawled into bed. That was my plan now. Pull the covers over my head and shake with the trauma from what I'd seen. I knew I'd have nightmares that night. A taxi drove past me, going in the opposite direction. I climbed the stairs to my door, and halfway up, fumbled around in my bag for the keys. And couldn't find them. I rummaged and rummaged, then took out my wallet and opened it, shaking it to see if they'd gotten caught in it. My driver's license was missing. Horrified, I looked up. My keychain dangled from the lock on the door. I looked up at the peephole in the door, and even though I saw nothing, I felt an eye peering out at me. I ran down the stairs and dashed to the first street lamp in the complex. I hid behind it as if it could protect me, and peered back at my stairwell, expecting him to come rushing down after me. But nothing happened. I walked around the lamp, keeping my eyes on the stairwell. The light from the lamp pooled on the grass in front of me, and I saw a shadow moving in it. I whirled around and found the man standing behind me with a terrible snarl on his face, swinging the knife down on me. I jumped back. The knife tip made a whoosh as it barely missed me. I ran, again in a panic. I ran to the highway that passed the complex. There was a field on the other side, and a construction site in the distance on its way to converting the field into more apartments. I walked along the side of the highway backwards, keeping an eye out for the man chasing me. He never did. I came to some concrete barricades. Movement caught my eye, and I turned as the man leapt out from behind a barricade, with knife raised. Impulsively, I grabbed his arm, holding it up with all the strength I had. We struggled, but I could feel his strength slowly overpowering me. I kicked him in the crotch. I ran to the construction site. There was an earth-moving machine that I ran around and found stacks of concrete slabs that I could hide behind. I ducked down and waited. After a while, I heard footsteps crunching on gravel. I waited as the footsteps passed the slabs, then dared to lift my head. The man walked slowly through the site, peering everywhere in search of me. I noticed a crowbar sitting on one of the stacks and eased myself over and reached for it. It made a small scraping sound as I grabbed it. I snuck the other way in a crouch, going behind the earth-moving machine and creeping along the side of it, wanting to look and make sure he was far away. He leapt out from in front of the machine, shocking me. Instinctively, I swung the crowbar and bashed him on the side of his skull. He dropped in anguish, grabbing his head. I ran back to my apartment, the crowbar still in my hand. My bed never seemed so enticing. Obviously, he'd left my keys in the lock to distract me and make me think he was inside, so I'd run where he would attack me. And I fell for it. I climbed the stairs and stopped in my tracks when I saw an empty lock. That was the last straw. He still had my keys and license. I couldn't get into my own apartment. My fear and trauma evaporated away in a surge of burning anger. I was sick of that man terrorizing me. I turned and marched down the stairs, then gazed around. There he was in the distance, a shadowy silhouette stumbling in the direction of the train stop, still clutching his head. I stalked him. He boarded the train at the stop. I slid the crowbar into my jacket, out of sight. He sat in the same place on the handicapped seat. I entered from the rear door and sat in the back, hunched down to avoid being obvious. He was clearly in pain and never let go of his head. The train moved, and I watched with a scowl, feeling my anger boil within me. The train stopped. He stood and got out. I stood and followed him out. He headed for an area with warehouses and staggered along an alley between two of them, passing a rusty old dumpster. I followed behind, holding the crowbar again, and when I passed one warehouse, turned down another little alley to go around the next warehouse. I hurried all the way around and waited at the far corner with my bag on the ground, my back pressed against the wall and the crowbar tight in my hands. He stumbled into view around the corner. I leapt out and swung the crowbar into his chest. He fell. Anger seized me, and I can hardly remember what happened. I know I swung that crowbar again and again, and heard gut-wrenching thumps over and over. I swung until I became exhausted. My swings slowed down until my anger was spent and I could stop. He lay on the ground, motionless, terrible bruises all over. I studied him. At first, I was in shock, but as I recovered my wits, a deep satisfaction washed over me. I crouched down, laying the crowbar next to me, and felt through his pockets. There they were, my keychain and my license. I took them and put them in my bag. Then with the crowbar still in my hand, I stepped right over him in an act of contempt and marched away. As I passed the dumpster, I tossed the crowbar into it. It hit with a loud clang. I took a few more steps. Then a thought occurred to me. The knife. I whirled around and came back, crouched over the body, and picked up the knife. I wiped the blood off on his overcoat and held it up. The blade flashed as the light of a street lamp caught it. I looked at him, lifted up the knife, and drove it into his chest, just as he had done to the woman. Then I put it in my bag. I returned to the train, climbed in, and sat in my customary back seat. Another young man followed behind me. He came my way, but when he looked at me, he paused and studied me, then turned around and sat farther away. He must have seen something in my eyes. The train moved. I lifted my hands up and stared at them. They shook uncontrollably. In my mind, I played out each blow of the crowbar and finished with an image of the knife biting deep into the stalker's chest. I never felt more alive. I looked up and gazed at the young man. A sly half-smile turned up a corner of my mouth. The train stopped and the man got out. I followed him into the night, feeling the wicked knife inside my bag, hungering for another bite. We still have 10 minutes left in our session, I said while looking inquisitively at Benjamin, as he colored away at a picture of Spider-Man. This caught me by surprise, as I typically have to tell him it's time to head back out to the lobby to go home with his dad. Benjamin started coming to me around Christmas last year after he lost his mom. Some days he talks. Other days he colors in silence for the 45 minutes we have together each day. "Your time's up," he emphasized again as he stared at me with his deep blue eyes. So much pain and heartache thrown on him at such a young age. "Are you ready to leave?" I asked as I started to feel a tinge of anxiety rise up in my throat. Something about the way he stared in silence made me grow uncomfortable. "You are now," he responded in a barely audible whisper. Something about the way he spoke made the hairs on the back of my neck stand. Why is he acting this way? He's normally so sweet when he does decide to speak. I'll go ahead and let him go. What's a few minutes? I helped him put on his jacket and led him back out to the lobby to meet his dad. "Has everything been okay at home?" I asked as Ben walked over towards another child in the waiting room. "About as good as it can be given the circumstances," Mark replied in a noticeably sad tone. My heart went out to the both of them. I couldn't imagine the pain they've both been through. "I am seeing some improvement," I said with a half-smile to try to end the day on a more positive note. Mark thanked me, and I walked back into my office and sat silently at my desk for a moment. "He's just projecting onto you," I thought to myself over Ben's strange behavior. What did he mean that my time was up? I logged off my computer, grabbed my jacket and bag, and headed home. "Your time's up." I looked up and met my husband's gaze. "What did you just say?" I glanced at the clock on the wall, 12:45. I said, "Let's go upstairs to bed. You fell asleep on the couch." Zachary smiled warmly at me. He grabbed my hand and helped me off the couch. "Oh yeah, right, sorry." His smile slowly disappeared as he read the concern on my face. "You feeling okay?" he said as he rubbed my back while we walked upstairs to the bedroom. I don't know why I'm still thinking about Benjamin's words during our session. He's 5. Lots of kids say unexplainable things without any meaning behind their words. I just told Zachary I had a weird dream, brushed it off and crawled into bed for the night. "Your time's up." Panic rose in my throat as I stared at the barista. "Ma'am, here's your coffee," she said as she picked it up off the counter and put it in my line of vision. "Sorry, thank you," I said, and quickly walked towards the table in the corner holding the cream and sugar. I was going to need extra energy today for my session with Benjamin. I added my extra 6 sugar packets to my coffee and grabbed a stir stick. I stared as I watched the sugar swirl and dissolve into my coffee. I was quickly pulled out of my trance as I realized the 2 girls sitting at the table near me were watching me. I met eyes with them and felt goosebumps rise on my arms. They both had unbearably large grins on their faces, and their pupils seemed to take over their entire eyes. I couldn't look away. Our eyes stayed locked on each other for what felt like hours. Then their lips started to move. Slowly at first, like they were twitching, that grew into wild, silently flailing movements. They looked inhuman. I started to back towards the wall, still in a trance as their lips moved wildly while their bodies stayed still. Still, a huge creepy smile on their faces. Still, with soulless, black eyes. "Your time's up," rang again and again, but sounded as if it were inside my head. I let out a piercing scream to try to deafen the words. "Ma'am?" I suddenly snapped back into reality. Here's your coffee. Do you need me to call someone?" I'm standing in front of the barista. She looked at me with darting, confused eyes as I had just screamed in her face. I quickly looked over at the girls sitting in the corner. They stared in horror at the scene I just made. The smile gone from their faces and the color back in their eyes. I quickly grabbed my coffee and headed for the office. "Your time's up." The words stopped me in my tracks, and I quickly turned around to face my boss. "You're running late and you have 4 sessions today." I apologized to Laura without an excuse and walked to my office. The day went by in a haze until my last session of the day walked through the door. Benjamin. He smiled warmly at me as he sat down in his favorite chair and pulled out his coloring books. I couldn't help but watch him cautiously as he seemed unaware of the toll his words had taken on me over the last 24 hours. I let him color while I reviewed our notes from our previous sessions. I looked up and tried my best to smile, but he must have caught the unpleasant look on my face as his smile was replaced by a frown. "So Ben, what do you want to do during our session today?" I asked, trying to get the ball rolling. The faster we get this over with, the faster I can go home. He continued to frown at me and looked back down at his drawing. "Looks like we aren't talking today. Fine by me." 20 minutes had passed as he sat coloring away while I watched him from my desk. I finally broke the silence. I had to bring up yesterday's session. "Hey Ben, is it okay if I ask you a question?" His coloring came to a halt and he quickly looked up at me with his big blue eyes. "Why did you say my time is up yesterday? Was it because we were almost done for the day?" I said in a light-hearted tone, trying to mask the horrible feeling I had. He continued to stare at me as he picked up his crayons and began to draw. His knuckles grew white as he gripped his crayon so tight I thought he'd snap it in half. I could visibly see his breathing growing heavier as he continued to violently scrape the crayon on the page. "Hey Benjamin, it's okay, you don't have to answer that." He continued to stare at me as he started to make small tears in the paper. "Ben, that's enough. You need to put the crayon down." As quickly as he started, he stopped, and his eyes met the more than likely unrecognizable drawing on the paper. We sat in silence for the remainder of the session, his eyes locked on his drawing. "Okay, Ben, looks like it's time to go meet your dad." He got up and I helped him put on his jacket and walked him back out to meet his dad. I had to tell Mark what was happening. I asked if we could talk in my office in private, and he happily agreed. I explained Ben's strange behavior and what he had said to me. Mark laughed it off in an uncomfortably forced manner and told me that kids say the darndest things, shook my hand, and promptly walked back to the lobby to get Ben. Why the hell is everyone acting so weird? I turned back to where Ben was sitting and saw he forgot his drawing. Shit. I walked towards the table and felt the unease creep up through my body. I slowly made my way up to the drawing. Trembling hands, I turned the paper around and felt the blood drain from my face. Scribbled over and over again were the words, "Your time's up." I sprint down the steps of my office building out into the rain. I've got to get home. I look around at the busy streets and cars racing past me. I head north into a crowd of umbrellas and rain jackets to get back to my apartment building. From off behind me, I hear it. "Your time's up." It's coming after me. My time is up. I gotta get home. I have to tell Zachary I love him. I look behind me in hopes I could see how far back it is. Your time's up. It's in front of me. I turn around and slam myself into an oncoming stranger, knocking the newspaper she carried out of her hands and into the puddled rain on the sidewalk. I quickly bent down to try to salvage at least one of the newspapers, and my attention went to its headline. December 7th marks 1-year anniversary of the death of Benjamin and his father, local hero Corporal Mark McFarlane. Memories flood my mind like a bloody waterfall. I'm suddenly in my car, driving, on my cell arguing with customer service over a package I hadn't received. I pull my phone from my ear to look at my calendar to see when the package was ordered, and I suddenly feel the impact of bodies hitting the front of my car. I slam on my brakes after I made it over the second bump in the road. Smoke rose around my car as I frantically looked in my mirrors to see what I hit. That's when I saw it. The bodies. 2 lifeless bodies laying in the crosswalk. Crowds gathering around to see the damage I've done. I ran the red light. Their time's up. Your time's up. I looked up at the old TV sitting in front of me in the blindingly white room. What? I said as I looked at the woman named Laura, dressed in all burgundy, standing beside me. Your time's up. It's Zachary's turn to watch TV. It's time to take your medicine and go back to your room. Thanks for listening, everyone. If you like my narrations, please give me a like and subscribe. I appreciate it a lot. Have a good day, everyone. Love, the Mistress.